Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are doing well. Give me a second. I'm just going to log into chat so I can moderate it. Excuse me. Sorry to be yawning into your ear, but I'm sure you can, I think you can imagine. It was a busy and mildly stressful weekend. Not the worst I've ever had. I've had substantially worse, but, you know, also not the best either. Ending a 6-year friendship that I still don't want to end necessarily. I wish Steven would get his shit together. Why is the chat not loading? Okay, load into Valor. There we go. Hi, Fashion 40. Jeb Kush, good morning. That's a title. It is. Good morning. Wow, moderation. You playing audio in the background? Yeah, I was running the Lauren Southern versus Andrew Wilson False Prophets video just so I could get another view on it with decent retention time. You know, I'm proud of that. I'm proud of that episode. So today, I'm playing audio right now. Literally, I'm looking at my desktop audio, and I don't see anything else besides the. I don't see anything else besides what I just told you. So I don't know what you're talking about. Anyways, it's gonna be a chill day. It's gonna be a community day. We're just gonna hang out as the true cog and just yap. I'll be fielding whatever questions, concerns you guys have. I'll probably be talking about what the future of the channel is going to be like, because I understand there were some concerns that we were going to be leaning into the slop. And unfortunately, I'm sorry if I didn't communicate this well enough. We're not leaning into the slop. If anything, we're probably going to be leaning a little bit away from the slop. So one of the concerns was that I made a few comments on Friday and Saturday where I was like, oh, well, we got like 1,000 live viewers and we got a bunch of donations. So, you know, realistically, you know, what are you guys complaining about? That doesn't mean that I want to do this kind of content forever. Like, what am I supposed? That I think weirdly enough, that was Xanderhall's trap, is that he got addicted to burning the bridge, so he, you know, basically just burned all his bridges for the entertainment of his audience until he was alone. I'm not that stupid. So I'm not going to be slowly but surely burning all my bridges for my, you know, snarkers entertainment. I just had a lot of frustration in regards to the way that Steven was conducting himself. I said it privately. He threw his weight around on Friday. I resented him throwing his weight around. I told him I wasn't going to comply unless he had evidence of what he was alleging. He got upsetty spaghetti. I got upsetty spaghetti. And then the next day, he wanted to talk again. And truth be told, I didn't think it was a good idea for us to talk. We probably shouldn't have talked if we wanted to maintain our friendship. We probably should have let it go. But I'm also not going to back down if you're going to be throwing your weight around. So I told him what had been bugging me for a really long time. Like, you guys understand, like, I'm really not trying to be a dickhead here. But it was a bitter pill for me to swallow when, what was it? So Chud Logic and the Snarkers, the commentary community. It was actually Queeman's fault. I'll blame Queeman right now. Food Shops was a nobody. Nobody knew who Food Shops was. Nobody cared who Food Shops was. She was probably getting 10 to 20 live viewers, you know, which is normal, especially when you're like, I'm not trying to dog the streaming. That's not what I'm talking shit about. I'm not talking shit about the streaming. But then what happened was Queeman lolcowed her to 50 live viewers. Okay. So I was like, why, even if we're lolcowing them, Why are we covering them sufficiently that you're creating a community around her? Then she basically says everything that she says, where she's like an open defender of lolicon pornography. I felt like Commentary and Chud were going soft on her because they thought that there was an entertainment aspect to keeping her around, which I also kind of found cruel. Like they're milking her while also providing her a platform. And then she fucked off for a year, and I was like, okay, that's great. You know, like I don't think we should have an out and out lolicon just as a part of Twitch and YouTube politics and as a part of the community. And then a year later, maybe a year and a half later, she becomes like Destiny's strongest soldier after the debate. And then during the summer, I'm like, hey, Destiny, my friend, my brother in Muhammad, peace be upon him. Maybe like you shouldn't have a lolicon as your primary litigant of your drama. And he's like, nah. Okay. What am I supposed to do with that? Because if I freak out and attack her, then I'm giving her more attention. If I freak out and attack Steven, then I'm not going to get the desire I want because he's always the doubling and tripling down kind of guy. So if I go scorched earth over that topic, he's going to triple down on it. So maybe I can just back off a little bit and gently push him in the background. But there was nowhere to push. He doesn't want to be pushed. Yeah. Well, whoever added food shops to the panel was Giga Arslerd. Yeah, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. For now on, if she is brought up, I have been holding fire just because I didn't want to be viewed as like friendly fire on the Destiny team. But anytime she's brought up in any single context, I'm just gonna be like, oh, is she still jerking off to pictures of cartoon kids? That's literally like, I'm not going to talk about her political analysis. I'm not going to talk about her analysis of me or my dynamics. I'm not going to acknowledge her until she handles that part of her public reputation. I'm not going to be interacting with her. It's literally not my problem. We debase ourselves by interacting with her or even entertaining her perspectives. I'm not interested. Thank you. So that's obviously been a piece of popcorn stuck in my teeth for a year. That's obviously been a problem of mine. Yeah. Okay, Arthur, I don't know in which direction you mean that, but whatever. Okay, so that was one of the things that was stuck in my piece of popcorn stuck in my teeth. And then the other piece of popcorn that was stuck in my teeth, I think I told you guys this, but I'll tell you now in a more calm manner, is that Britt and, well, actually her husband DM'd me first. I got a mention on Twitter. I'm going to narrativize this because to my recollection, this is exactly what happened. I got an @ on Twitter saying, hey, Destiny is ruining my life and ruining my family, and no one will talk about it at 4 creators who are Destiny's orbiters. And so I'm not the kind of guy to, basically like ignore problems, maybe I'll minimize my problems, maybe I'll attack my problems, maybe I'll criticize my problems, but I'm not the kind of person to ignore my problems. So I like, okay, let's take this into the DMs. So we go into DMs. And Devil basically tells me, and unfortunately this is on a suspended account, but I guarantee you, like somewhere in my pictures, I have the screenshots of the conversations that are relevant. He basically says, hey, I'm married. I'm a political dissident, I guess, if you don't want to call him a groiper. And Destiny has been sexting my wife for almost a year. They've done weird role play shit involving like teenage shit. And by the way, I don't want to exaggerate. So I'm not going to exaggerate. based off of what I understand, it wasn't like a prepubescent, diddling thing. It was like a teenage babysitter role play thing. Okay? But still, like it's fucking weird, dude. You're 40. You're 40. Like fucking get why are you DMing random married women in order to pretend to be a teenager who's getting molested by a babysitter? That's fucking freak shit, right? Um and there's going to be some dead air for a second because I think I'm going to pull this up because I think it's important. Because I sent this message basically knowing it looks like Destiny blocked me, unblocked me, and then re-blocked me. So I don't know if he had. Uh, hold on. Let me find the message I sent. Okay. I'm just gonna read. I'm not reading his side of the messages. I'm gonna I'm gonna read exactly what I said. I sent this, so maybe I even found out about it earlier. I might have found out about it in November because I sent this on November 22nd of 2025. I said, "Dearest Stephen, I value our friendship and want to continue it, but you are a retard. A traditional Catholic man messaged me on Twitter saying that you had sexted his wife as recently as February. He wants to blow this up into drama. The wife wants it to stay quiet. His wife is actually a fan of mine and contacted me as well, saying she was on the rocks with her husband and that she was the initiator and voluntary participant in the sexting. However, she also said that you knew that she was married and a psychological mess and encouraged her to stop messaging. That being said, you guys continued. She mentioned that the messaging was quote unquote spicy, and I inquired as to what that spice was and found out. You are, of course, retarded. Not just that, but she mentioned your ex girlfriend, Leilana, found the messages and was angry with both of you. Her fear was that Leilana may have taken screenshots and may leak them out of revenge if this all blows up. She was arguing with her husband and, in an argument, admitted to the messages. The husband, as a traditional Catholic, his honor is insulted and he wants to destroy you. To my knowledge, he does not have copies of these messages. However, this brings me to our friendship. I think you are an intelligent, charismatic, funny, rhetorically gifted man, and I respect and admire you and your talents. However, I think you're a self-destructive, sexual degenerate retard who has to constantly test the loyalty of your friends. Conscious or not, you engage in indefensible behavior and look to see who sticks around. In my opinion, you walk the straight and narrow and then get bored every few months, so you blow everything up around to see who sticks around. It's a self-fulfilling cycle because while your cynicism tells you everyone will eventually betray you, you act in such a way that any sane person concerned with your reputation would betray you out of a sense of self-preservation. I sent that in November 22nd of 2025. Tell me how that is not exactly what has happened. Connor, stop. Why? Why? Why would I stop? Tell me how that's not exactly relevant to this weekend. That's a weird thing to send. I sent that in November. If I sent that in November, what is your what's your problem? What is your problem? I'm going to make this abundantly clear to members of the community. Okay? This is not going to be the community. Okay? We are not... okay. So y'all need to, number one, chill the fuck out. Number two, this is not going to be the content going forward. I understand that there's this concern that Max, Carson, aka Mr. Girl, Queeman, J-Stock, Chud Logic actually intentionally does not cover Destiny. So it's really J-Stock, Queeman, and Max Carson. They crashed out for 2 years on Steven, trying to litigate every one of his misdeeds in order to profit. It's not what I'm doing. I am saying what I need to say, and then I'm moving on. Okay? You need to chill the fuck out. I'm incredibly chill. The reason why I'm not chill right now is because you're telling me to chill. So I'm sorry. We just had a 6-year relationship ending. I'm going over it. What's your problem? And tell me that message that I sent in November isn't exactly what happened. This is not normal. No shit. It's Twitch and YouTube politics. What about this is normal? Okay, I'm also going to describe this for you because I think you guys are being fucking retarded. All that's happened is a friendship has ended. Do you understand how low the stakes are? You guys are like the chat is like popping off, like freaking out. Like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Shut up. I'm a 38-year-old man who's ending my friendship with a 37-year-old man. The stakes are on the fucking ground. No one is getting airstruck. Nobody is dying. Nobody's getting murdered except for maybe Steven, and I'm not the one committing the murder. I'm just mourning the loss of a friendship, and I'm telling you that I have good reasons. That's it. That's all that's happening. You guys are like fucking spazzing. Ending it publicly and leaking DMs. Sorry, did the DM that I just read, did that change a fucking thing? Didn't change anything. It didn't change a fucking thing. It's literally what I told him on Saturday. Imagine thinking people care me out. Apparently lots of people care. There's a ton of people who care. They're all freaking out in my chat. Anyways, before I engage with chat, because I can already tell I'm gonna get pissed off at you guys, so I'll just tell you what's going on. So, North, my brother North, my Never Trump Republican King North, he called me and he said, "Hey man, I know the Real Republican Project didn't really get off the ground, but I and several community members are concerned about the direction of the channel based off of the past 72 hours. And so he said, I'm worried that because of the metrics and because of the money, you are going to become a commentary YouTuber. I'm not going to become a commentary YouTuber. Deus Halcyon says, we want the best for you. This is not it. Take a lap. Have you ever heard of like verbal catharsis? I'm literally getting out what's in my brain so it doesn't choke me. So no offense, Deus Halcyon. If I say, hey, I got some shit to say, and then you go, this isn't healthy, don't say it, I'm gonna get pissed off, I'm gonna get resentful, and I'm gonna fucking might even time you out, bro. I'm I'm not having Destiny sympathetic fucking people leaking private info is one of the reasons why Hutch will not collab with you moving forward. Okay, fuck him. Be a pussy if you want. What needs to be said needs to be said. That's another thing. So what would happen is there would be a secret. There would be a secret. You know, in 2022, Lauren would say, oh yeah, Destiny and I aren't dating, but we're really close friends and he's helping me through my divorce. But don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone that I'm divorced. Don't tell anyone that I'm close friends with Steven. Okay, no. I shouldn't have kept that to myself. I should have told her, fuck you, you need to go public. Same thing with Destiny. Destiny would be like, oh, this situation with the traditional Catholic man. I would find out about that and I would say, hey man, this is pretty fucked up. And then he'd go, ha 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 ha. I'm not keeping any more secrets. There's no more secrets. You tell me something that's fucked up and somebody asks me about it, I'm telling them. I'm not sweeping for your fucked up life anymore. Why? Why go public? Because it's destroying their fucking lives. That's why. The secrets are destroying their lives. That's why. I don't have any secrets. You know why I don't have any secrets? Because I conduct myself in public the way that I conduct myself in private. The only sins of lying that I've ever done are sins of lies of omission. Meaning somebody asked me a question that was inconvenient for a friend of mine, so I pretended that I didn't know the answer to the question. I said, oh, I don't know about that. I might have to research that a little bit. But I'm not doing that anymore. It's not happening. I'm not fucking sweeping for anybody else's secrets. I'm not keeping my own secrets. You ask me, I tell you. That's the relationship. And by the way, if that's Hutch's fucking problem, oh, Connor leaked a bunch of fucking personal shit. Okay, I don't trust Connor. Good. Don't trust me. Don't trust me. Don't come up to me. Like, let's say Hutch relapsed, but he wanted to keep it a secret. Oh, hey, Connor, we're internet friends, right? I want you to know that I started doing heroin again, but I got it under control. No. Somebody says, hey, Hutch has been a little bit loopy recently. Is he on heroin? I'm going to go, yeah. Yeah, he's on heroin. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not carrying other people's luggage. Okay? It's done. It's done. I'm not doing it. Everyone lies, don't bullshit. No, I don't. No, I don't. I act as though my actions on this plane of existence make me accountable to the creator of the universe, and when I die, I'll be judged. That could be mythological. That could be metaphorical. For all I know, I'm fucking dying and I'm going straight in the dirt. It'll be like mindless oblivion. But I'm going to act as though I'm accountable to the creator of the universe. And that involves not lying. So, I'm not going to fucking lie. Fuck yourself. Fuck yourself for even insinuating that everybody routinely commits lies of commissions. You're a fucking piece of shit. Are you saying Hutch relapsed? No. I was saying that as an example. No. Hutch to me seems like a good egg. He seems like he's trying. He seems like he cares. He seems like he's earnest. So I'm not doing that. Friends don't. No, hold on. Why you guys are over moderating? You're over moderating. Let people say their piece unless it's truly vile. Friends don't profit off of private problems of other friends. You chose to take it public when it should have been a private talk. I had a private talk. I had a private talk in November. And Destiny always profits off of the problems of his friends. So are you saying Destiny has no friends? because weirdly enough, I might agree with you. Why did Officer Nasty's comment get deleted for saying Connor's always had this position for years? Why is that getting deleted? You're over moderating. You are over moderating. What would your drill instructor say? My drill instructor would say, honor, courage, commitment. He would say, conduct yourself in an honorable way in public. He would say, have the fucking bravery to do what's right when you think it's right. Have the commitment to stand by your principles. That's what my drill instructor would say. What's JJ did tie buckle? JJ did tie buckle. It's like justice, judgment, dependability, initiative, decisiveness, tact, integrity. Fuck, I forget the other ones. Your leadership principles. Let me take a look. Let me tell you what they would do. My drill instructor would say, remember your leadership principles. Justice. Steven is conducting himself in an unjust way. Judgment. Being able to discern what's happening in a situation. I'm using my judgment. Dependability. I'm wildly dependable as long as you don't want to fucking make me carry your fucking bullshit. Initiative. I'm always initiating. Decisiveness. I make decisions and I stick by them. Tact. I have no tact. Integrity. I try to have integrity insofar as I am okay with what I am and I am what I am. Enthusiasm. I am wildly enthusiastic about my job. Bearing. I do have excellent bearing. Unselfishness. I'm not very selfish. Courage. I try to do what's right regardless of whether or not it's hard. Knowledge. I think I have decent knowledge. Loyalty. I think I demonstrated that I have pretty strong loyalty, and from my perspective, I'm still being loyal to Steven. He's my friend. He's fucking up. I'm not gonna stand by and be part of his self-destruction. So if he wants to end our friendship, then so be it. And endurance. I have the endurance in order to endure fucking whiny ass fucking DGGers in my chat bitching. So, why does your Twitter account keep getting banned? Because I keep using homophobic and ableist slurs. But no offense, when you're being effeminate and weak, and you're not thinking, I'm gonna call you homophobic and ableist slurs. Sorry, got a text message that needs to be addressed. So, let's address a little bit of what's going to be, or what the structure of the channel is, okay? The structure of my finances in my channel, because we're going open book. And Deus Halcyon, if you go, no, don't go open book. Don't show people the honest truth about your world. You're catching a suspension. Like, I love you, Deus Halcyon. You've come in. You've always been cool. You've always been chill. You've always done like a few gifted memberships or 5 gifted memberships or whatever. And then you've just let me make the content. But if you come in here like repeatedly and go, no, 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 I'm going to freak the fuck out on you, okay? Chill the fuck out. Connor, you don't get to say you don't want to destroy a guy, but he just suffers. Then line up with the people who want to destroy. That's another thing. You guys, stop over moderating. Stop over moderating. Unless they're doing a personal mods, ceasefire. Ceasefire, hold weapon, show clear. Okay? Unless they're saying something truly insulting do not delete their messages or suspend them. Okay? They need to say something truly fucking insulting, and they need to be a gray name. Okay? Jesus. You guys are fucking raping people. Just chill. All right. So, here's the truth of the matter. Give me 1 second. There's gonna be a little bit of dead air. And you break my heart into pieces. I'm just a chemical. All right. Let's increase the size. Here we go. Monthly needed budget. Weirdly enough, I think I'm the first person in American history to save money in a divorce. I'm not kidding. My monthly budget used to be $6,000 to $7,000. Now, even with child support, my monthly budget is $5,000. I am the first person. My utility bill went down by 40%. I am saving money in my divorce. Okay? So, let's put this here. I'm just going to be deadly honest. VA. I think it's $1,680 a month because I haven't been able to turn my neck since 2007. I have some digestive problems. I got some psych problems. So that's how much I make from the VA. Then I got Warhammer. Warhammer on a slow month is 1,000. No, it's not 1,000,000. I'll tell you that. It's 1,000. But on a busy month, it's 4,000. Which is awesome. I love that I get to make $4,000 a month. Valor pays me up front $2,000 a month. Oh my God, my zero button is stuck. And I didn't even jerk off onto it. All right, there we go. Jesus. It's 2,000. Then, and the reason why you're like, Connor, why are we going into such autistic detail about your finances? The reason why is because I think that the geopolitical people are concerned that I'm going to sell out in order to appease Doobie or Officer Nasty or J-Stock or Queeman, that I'm going to become a snarker, and that's not what's going on at all. Everybody waiting for the Doobie column? See, that's the thing, is that Doobie donated $2,000 over 6 months. That's $300 a month. It's not that much. Using Paint is odd. It's a part of the stream aesthetic. I could be using Excel, but I like this. I think this is funnier. So anyways, and then plus 50%. I think it's technically 40%. So let's be very honest. 40% rev share. But I can only really rely on $2,000. I've had some nice revenue share checks, but they're not reliable. Because if we make $2,500 or if we make $3,000 in a month, then obviously I'm not like, I can't rely on the rev share in order to save my ass financially. Someone fill me in. What's a snarker? A snarker is somebody who crudely, rudely, and meanly, harshly criticizes somebody on the internet. Okay. Yeah. Doobie's donations were 80% about Israel Palestine. Like, I don't even, and like 10% was random argumentation. Maybe 10% was about Destiny. So if Doobie was trying to psyop me into becoming Snark's strongest soldier against Destiny, that's not what happened, right? So, Counterpoints politics. Is 1,000 on a slow month. To 2,000. I think we've made like 2,500, or we've made like $3,000. Like I think 1 month we made like 3,800 bucks. But you know, that wasn't reliable. The average is between 1,000 and 2,000 because getting the VODs out consistently in a high enough quality to capitalize on ad revenue is a chore. And so, you know, as a result, you know, that's where we're at. So this is where we're at right now. And I kind of want to VA, 40K, Valor, Rev Share, Counterpoints Politics. Oh, okay. And then let's do Counterpoint Star Wars and Sci-Fi, which do not bring in revenue at this point, but they're still projects that are going to be monetized by the end of the year, and they're going to be fantastic. So, Counterpoints, Sci-Fi, and Star Wars, not applicable at this time. Okay. So this is where we're at right now. Let's add it up on the high end and on the low end. So on the low end, we got 1,680 plus 1,000 plus 2,000 plus 1,000, 5,680 bucks. Okay. So I make exactly what I need to in order to make bills. Actually, I need to amend something. Hold on. Right now, I have a subsidy for Counterpoint Star. I basically have investors on Counterpoint Sci-Fi and Star Wars, and they pay me $1,000 a month. That's going to end after a year contract, at which point that we hope that they're monetized. And so if they are monetized, then hopefully we can make that back up when we're done. So is this Well QC John with 100? Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you. Connor, I know it's been an eventful weekend to say the least, but can we in the COG take a moment of remembrance for our fallen with this song? It's not white girl music, but it's still a good song. Absolutely. And by the way, while we're making our way through this stuff, happy Memorial Day. I know Memorial Day is not supposed to be a happy day. It's basically where we're supposed to remember the fallen of the American Republic. But obviously, we do take that time in order to spend time with our friends and family and enjoy a nice cookout and appreciate all the freedoms that we have as Americans. So, you know, rest in peace to the fallen, and happy Memorial today to those who are alive to celebrate. Now, let me take a look at the song, I suppose. I'm going to play it while I keep drawing.
It's the guts and it's the glory. 100 stripes, 100 stories. It's the Pledge of Allegiance on the 4th of July. It's them handwritten letters from home. It's them sleepless nights alone. It's his newborn baby he left with his wife. Mr. Red, White, and Blue, lay down, here's a line. Mr. Red, White, and Blue, for these stars and stripes. Hey. From the fields of Indiana to the swamps of Louisiana, to the golden coast of California, Uncle Sam's the only family he's got. His purple heartbeat won't stop, and his 18th birthday was the day he was born. Mr. Red, White, and Blue, lay down, here's the line. Mr. Red, White, and Blue, for these stars and stripes.
I cherish the memories of a question my grandson asked me the other day when he said, "Grandpa, were you a hero in the war?" Grandpa said no. But I served in a company of heroes.
That was beautiful. Now I'm going to ruin it. Give me a second. Where are you? Hi. I just wanted to make sure the audio was still working. Okay. That was beautiful. Now, let me ruin it. Wait, hold on. Which one should I do? Yeah. Here we go.
Your game is through, 'cause now you have to answer
Spiritually Gen X. I was born in the late 80s, so I'm almost 40. God, I love Team America World Police. What were we doing? We were painting. Okay, so let me bring this back over here. Connor is jorking to. I do love the word jerking, spelled jorking. It makes it like, you know, the shame that you experience after you jerk off. No? Okay, just me? That's fine. But the jorking makes it feel awkward enough. Like jorking captures the spirit. Okay, so let's do this again. Once again, everybody's like, you need Doobie's money in order to survive. And it's like, no, I don't. If Doobie fucking disappeared... Oh, sorry, let me break this down real quick before I continue. And I'll probably break it down again. So, Connor saw Team America World Police and thought it was a documentary. No, I thought it was a spiritual... like a spiritual treatise of the American spirit. And I adopted it into my soul. I didn't think it was a documentary. I thought it was like a biblical revelation. So, yeah. Freedom isn't free. There's a hefty fucking fee. And if you won't chip a $1.05, who will? God, I love that song too. That's a great song. Anyways, so the point is, being transparent with my finances. I need $5,000 a month. Once again, I am the first person in American history to save money on a monthly basis after getting divorced, which is awesome. I get $1,680 from the VA. I get $1,000 to $4,000 a month for Warhammer 40K. I get $2,000 a month plus a 40% rev share from Valor. On Counterpoints Politics, I make $1,000 to $2,000. Counterpoint Sci-Fi, I get $1,000 subsidy, and those will be monetized by the end of the year, so hopefully I can replace that subsidy, which means that on the low end, I make $6,680 a month. On the high end, I make $11,180 a month. Now, the truth is, I've only, like, scratched the $10,000 mark 2 to 3 times, right? Since, like, September. So as a result, like, that's cool. Like, obviously, scratching scratching that upper ceiling of potential revenue is cool, but it's also, like, scary because I need to prepay my bills in case I have a really shitty month. Because I owe 27% to Uncle Sam. So, basically, if I have a really shit month, then I make, $224 less than I need to in order to survive. And if I have an awesome month, let's say I max out my revenue, I'm $3,000 ahead. But because I have debt and because I need to prepay my shit, basically whenever I have a good month, yeah, sure, I might buy, like I used it to do the bolter project. I want to use it for gun projects in the future. I obviously have, like, dogs to take care of. For instance, one of my dogs right now seems to have thrown out her back, and I might have to take her to the vet because it's been a couple of days and she's not walking better. And so as a result, like, that's what's going on. Yeah. It makes your utilities went down. People don't know how to shut the fucking lights off. Dude, Cooney, welcome to the COG. Dude, literally. So when people were making fun of my divorce, they were like, "Oh, you were fighting about Destiny's sex life, and you were fighting about Queeman and J-Stock e-bullying you, and that's why your wife left." No, I think fighting over turning lights off is probably substantially more responsible for my divorce than online politics. It's fucking, like, I hate to say it, but, like, leaving all the fucking lights on, it's literally, like, probably 20% of the reason why I'm divorced is fighting over fucking lights. Okay? I'm going to go turn off the lights. Okay. So, yeah. Anyways. All right. So let's say that we finance Max. Okay. Let's say, did you make a load of more money this weekend? And what percentage came from Doobie? Laugh my ass off. Doobie was probably only 10%. I think he dropped like $100 dono in there, but he didn't, and he had a bunch of tens, but he didn't donate a lot. We did make $600 on Valor, which when you calculate the fact that, YouTube takes 33%, that was probably $900 in revenue. It's just that YouTube takes a big cut. And then, what was the other thing? On Saturday was also lucrative, but I don't think it was as lucrative as Friday. I think we probably made like, $500, $600 on Saturday, and we're probably walking away with $350 or $400. So it is what it is. How much do lights actually contribute to your bill, though? Be real. My bill went from probably an even $500 a month to $360. So what is that? Let's do the math real quick. So 360, so that's 140. 140 divided by 500. A quarter. I dropped my bill by almost 30% because I'm not leaving the fucking lights on. And I'm not running the air conditioner at fucking 69 degrees. I'm running it at 75, which keeps it pretty reasonable a majority of the time. And then I'll let it go up or down a little bit when I need to, Anyways. Connor, update your lights, please. I don't know what that means. What, you talking about my lighting? My lighting is the best it's ever been. What are you talking about? Yeah, no, dude, Grassroots is like 30% of the fucking channel. Everybody's like, oh, Doobie's your oiler, so you're beholden to Doobie. It's like, no, I'm beholden to Grassroots. And by the way, if the libertarians like Grassroots or Patriarch ever want me to truly become a libertarian, talk to me after I pay my tax bill. Because as a self-employed person, I have to pay 27% of my income to the federal government, which they're obviously wasting on like cocaine fucking experiments with pheasants and bombing brown people. So like the closer I get to the day, and I have to pay them on a monthly basis. I literally like go to the IRS website, calculate 27% of my revenue, and pay that to the IRS, right? So basically, like, dude, talk to me the second after I submit my tax bill, and I'm fucking Thomas Massey, dude. I'm fucking Rand Paul. I'm Ron Paul. I'm like, maybe we could blow up substantially less brown people and still be successful. Maybe we could, maybe we could do that. Yeah. You got to get an LLC. I have an LLC. I mean, I'll be writing off like a shitload of stuff, obviously. But yeah. Yeah. Sorry, Connor, I'm talking about lighting in the home. There's a small portion of the bill unless you're using like Edison bulbs, which no. No, I think I have updated lighting. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So anyways, let's go back to if we finance maxed. Okay. So let's say that we finance maxed. And so here's the thing. I don't like taking money from the government. I really don't. I was raised as a fiscal conservative. I was raised to like, if you can avoid taking a handout from the feds, don't take a handout from the feds. Like we're running a fiat currency. We're, fucking up the value of the dollar through constant debt and constant money printing. People who rely on the government in order to survive are fucking parasites and leeches. And as a result, if you can avoid taking money from the government, you should avoid taking money from the government. But what I've also been told is that our country is going to hell in a handbasket. We're spending $200,000 a year on fucking giving cocaine to pheasants. We're spending $1.5 trillion a year on battleships and blowing up brown people. And also my you know, like what the fuck? Like you only live one life. So maybe look out for yourself primarily and leave all that highfalutin sociological fiat currency analysis bullshit to the fucking nerds, right? So, what I've been told is that I literally cannot move my neck, okay? My neck does not move left to right. I cannot move left to right. I'm going to show you guys this shit real quick. Marine Corps. Marine Corps neck crank McMap. Let me show you this. There was one on a beach. This one. So my neck hurts just watching this, but I want to show you where I think I got injured, okay? So I was in Iraq getting my green belt martial arts because we literally did martial arts training during training. And a guy said, hey, can I get a volunteer in order to demonstrate a neck crank? And I volunteered, but I think I was too tall. And so as a result, this guy almost broke my fucking neck. Okay, so watch this move.
Black belt, the neck crank takedown.
So you literally grab the guy by the jaw and you grab the back of his head and then you throw him into the ground. Okay? Look at that. Tell me that isn't the opposite of a fucking chiropractor's visit. So I basically got the opposite of a chiropractor's visit where a Marine tried to pop my fucking neck and shoulders off of my head. And since then, not only did I like audibly hear one of my vertebrae like fucking subluxate? Is that the chiropractor term? Like where a vertebrae gets like knocked out of joint. So not only did I literally like I had incredible pain for months and months and months and months and months. And I just kind of ignored it because I'm a fucking Marine. That's what you're going to do. And then when I was like chilling on the bus, I was like sleeping at a weird angle. And I literally audibly heard a fucking vertebrae pop out of joint. And then I passed out. So literally this motherfucker, and I haven't been able to turn my neck since like 2007. So the VA only gave me a partial because they only ever really give you a partial when you submit for a disability or whatever. But effectively, I have a paralyzed friend who is not, he lost his ability to walk. And he was saying, dude, if you go back for your neck, there's like almost no way you're not, and like you submit for everything else, there's almost no way you're not getting 100%. Like not being able to move your neck is fucked up. And so I'm going to believe him, right? So 100% from the VA is $3,000, like $960. Okay. And weirdly enough, that's also not taxed. So 40K is, and then let's add in sci-fi and Star Wars into one revenue box. And let's assume that once I get the other two channels monetized, I can make $1,000 a month off of that. And let's say that I just make an average of money there. So between 1,000 and 4,000, 1,000 plus 4,000 divide by 2, 2,500. So 2,500. So let's say it's 3,500. Okay. Valor, assuming I'm still having, like, they're not going to fire me for fighting with Destiny on their platform. That's still going to be $2,000 a month. And even if they did fire me, all that happens is that revenue category would move over to Counterpoints Politics. Because basically, like, 90% of channel revenue on Valor, some fucking DGGer, this fucking twat named Big Mech, was saying that he was going to get me fired by contacting my boss, and then he said my boss's name. And he's like, don't worry, guys, I'm going to get him fired. I contacted this guy. There's no way he's going to last. Okay, well, I'm 90% of the channel revenue, and I make more than $2,000 a month for Valor. So if I do get fired, I will just be self-employed, and more than $2,000 worth of revenue is going to move from the Valor category to the Counterpoints Politics category. So, like, if you fire me, you're, you know, I hate to say it. Like, I love Valor. I love Ken. I love what they've done for me by giving me the fucking runway in order to start my career. But all you do is you make me self-employed, at which point I keep more of my own money, you know? So, Counterpoints Politics. Let's just leave it at 1,000 for the sake of argument. But realistically, nah, I should get it to... I'll be real. I could probably get my VOD editing together, and I could probably make 1,500 to $2,000. So, that email box is going to the same suggestion box that Haircut Commanders did. Yeah, it did, but at the same time, Haircut Commander actually did get me in trouble because the channel was in its infancy, and so me saying the R slur actually did, like, Ken was like, hey man, like, I have some mentally disabled people as a part of my family. You know, I don't like the R slur. I think it's not necessarily our brand. Can you, not say the R slur? You can be profane in every other domain, but can you not say the R slur? And I was like, yeah. But that was like a year ago. And no offense, but a lot of people have gotten more R slurred recently. So I try to say R slur as much as possible. But, basically when people are pissing me off, I'm going to call them the R slur. Like, it happens. Sorry. There's bigger problems in the planet than my use of ableist language. Okay? Okay, so I did VA, 40K plus sci-fi, Valor, Counterpoints Politics. Oh, and then let's say we do Rhino. Rhino is going to take a while to get monetized. But I'll put that as a question mark. Because realistically, like, Rhino, in my opinion... Counterpoints Politics, because I'm stagnant at 50 to 150 live viewers, I'm just there. It just is what it is. Like I love you guys. I'm happy that you're here. I'm happy that you guys financially support the project, but I'm just stuck here at 50 to 150. And I think it's because I'm not a good live streamer. Can I just be real here? All the good live streamers that I know, they ignore their chat. They don't interact with their chat at all until they get to the super chat segments of the stream. And they watch something that their audience already has an opinion on. They pause every 2 to 5 minutes. They utter the talking point for 30 seconds, and then they click play. And then they 5 minutes, they pause, they play the talking point, they play. That's what they do. And they're wildly successful, and God bless them. But I think you guys know that I'm way too verbose. I have attention deficit disorder. I can't shut the fuck up. And so as a result, I just don't think that I'm that good of a streamer. It just is what it is. Cool. So it just is what it is. So I don't think that I'm going to be the biggest streamer ever. I don't think I'm going to get 30,000 live. I don't think I'm going to get 25,000 live. I don't think I'm going to get 10K live. I think I'll be lucky to get to 1,000. If I get 500 to 1,500, which is like definitely enough to have a 6-figure income, I will consider myself blessed and lucky. But that might be like a slow thing where, for instance, we hit 1,000 on Friday, we hit 1,000 on Saturday. But we hit 1,000 on Friday and Saturday because we were burning the bridge with Destiny. That's why we hit those numbers. It's not because I'm a particularly talented streamer. And I don't want to make burning bridges with friends content so frequently that I hit the 1,000 viewer threshold but it's because I'm an antisocial piece of shit, right? Yeah. So anyways, there's plenty of people that follow that formula who aren't good streamers. Yeah, I know. But I would say the successful people, tend to follow that formula. Why was your ex suspended again? I was just calling people gay and R-slurred. You know, I was using gay as a pejorative. I was using R-slur as a pejorative, and I probably did it 5,000 times. So I'm sure some fucking Destiny ball washer fucking reported me 50,000 times and got me suspended. So, thanks, Louis Salazar. I appreciate you. He says you got a network. Or do I? Do I have to network? Shouldn't have made it content at all. Well, my bank account, the viewership numbers, and my emotions say otherwise. I don't know if you were here like an hour ago, but basically everything I told to Destiny on Saturday, I told him in November in a direct message. So everybody who says, "Oh, you should have told him privately," I did. He didn't change. He got worse. Okay? He got fucking worse. Instead of being like, "Oh shit, I should really reanalyze my sexual habits because it's fucking over my public reputation and therefore the public reputation of my friends and coworkers." He kept sexting the fucking traditional Catholic guy's wife. No offense, Britt. I like you just fine. I think you're a smart girl. I think you're cool, whatever. But you are way too forward with your flirting. You are way too forward with your thoughts on a lot of things. And therefore, I think you're kind of mentally unstable. So, you know, so I don't think I've said this to Brittany. I probably said this to Steven on Saturday. Britt has no business in a sexual relationship with Steven. She has no fucking business in a sexual relationship with Steven. She should be focusing on stabilizing herself, stabilizing her family, basically trying to have a good relationship with her ex-husband insofar as that is possible, and then become a stable human being. And maybe after you're a stable human being, then you could engage in a sexual tryst with Steven if you really thought it was that big of a priority. But she has not done any of those things. Okay? You know there's free Excel in Google? Yeah, I don't care. It's funnier on Microsoft Paint. So anyways, so let's say that I did this. Let's say that I fin max. I financially max. Well, if I go back to the VA and they do give me 100%, and I'm able to basically get a subsidy because I haven't been able to turn my neck since 2007. I know that I'm living off of the government teat, but I am also hoping, this is not Brittany Venti, this is a totally random Brittany. It's not Brittany Venti. So I know that living off of the government teat is not cool, but my goal is long-term to pay the federal government substantially more revenue than I cost as a injured military shitbag. Okay. So this is supposed to be like the foundation, right? This is supposed to be my fortress of solitude, my fuck you, right? So let's say that we just go with this fin maxing plan. So we're at $39.60 for VA. We're at $3,500 for 40K Sci-Fi and Star Wars. We're at $2,000 for Valor. We're at $1,500 for politics. Oh, sorry. Let me do that again. Sorry. $39.60 plus $3,500 plus $2,000 plus $1,500. And this is an average month, right? This is an average month. This isn't even a busy month. This is an average month. And so average month, I think, what was it? 10,960? What was it? 10,960. 10,960. And then after a 27% tax rate, I know I don't pay taxes on the VA money, but let's just be lazy. 10,960 times 0.73, 8,000. After taxes is 8,000. So, if I was making $8,000 with a $5,000 monthly budget, and I'm making $3,000 a month, not only can I quickly get out of debt, not only can I probably contribute to my kids' college funds that my parents are already contributing to, but I could probably afford to take my girlfriend out on a date. You know, we could go get some Chick-fil-A or some Taco Bell, which would be phenomenal. Also, I could afford to go to the, I could afford to like buy a gun, you know, once every few months and then build it up into like a sci-fi weapon. And then I could build that for Counterpoints Armory. I could also participate in a dog rescue. So effectively, like one of the things that I've always wanted to do was my personal story. My wife and I always loved dogs. At our peak, we had 4 dogs. She was like a dog girl. But what happened is after she got pregnant, she got this like sensory overload thing. I think it's called misophonia, where effectively like some sounds would be like like nails on a chalkboard, right? No shot. You do dates at Taco Bell. Dude, we went to Taco Bell last night. You don't know my new lady, man. My new lady is very low maintenance. Can I tell you, like, everybody's like, oh, you just wanted to date Lauren Southern. That's why you're jealous. That's why you blew up on Destiny. No, man. Like, my girlfriend and I went and got Taco Bell last night. And I'm not kidding. I am not kidding. We were both tired. So we just cuddled. And then she was like, what can I do to make you more comfortable? And I was like, can I be Little Spoon and can you scratch my head? And I was Little Spoon and she scratched my head. And I was in heaven. Okay? I was in fucking heaven. Anyways, back to money. So the point is that this would give us a lot of financial flexibility. So instead of on a slow month barely surviving, and on a big month having a really good month, but then you have to, you know, basically prepare for the skinny months. And with this one, I was talking about the dogs and the misophonia. So she developed misophonia, which means that like some sounds to her would just be nails on a chalkboard, and dogs drinking water, dogs eating, and dogs like clickety clacketing on the floor was that was like, it was like a trigger for her. She could stand the dogs walking, but the dogs drinking water and the dogs like fucking the dogs like eating, it actually like triggered her. It triggered something. It was like nails on a chalkboard. Sometimes she literally could not be in the room. And that's a problem for me. Like, I'm a dog guy. I love my dogs. They're basically extensions of the family. I spend a lot of time with them. I think they're cool. I try to take them to the park whenever I can. I try to take them on walks a couple of times a week. So like going from we are both dog people to she can't be in the same room as dogs, that is like, that's tough. It is tough. It's been tough. And I know that's like silly. It's silly for like dogs to be like a tension in your relationship, but it was literally a tension in our relationship. And so basically, like, I've always wanted to do a rescue. Back when she was still a dog person, she wanted to do a rescue. But now she obviously doesn't have the physical or mental capacity to do so. So truly, if I had expendable income, one of the things that I would do is I would join like a local foster, and I would just foster. Like, you got some dumbass fucking dog who needs 2 hots and a cot and a place to decompress so they don't get euthanized. They can come to my house. Like, my kid's still very young, so I probably want to be very specific about the dogs that I do take over the next few years. But especially once my kids are bigger and they're substantially bigger than the dogs. Like, let's say my youngest is like 8. When my youngest is 8, I'm probably going to become like a foster. Are we still doing finance? Yeah, we're still doing finance, Arthur. And by the way, Arthur, I'm just going to tell you right now, stop bitching about the content. You're like my new Christian Vlaris, okay? Don't fucking say, oh, we could be talking about geopol. Oh, we could be talking about Ukraine. Oh, we could be talking about that. Just stop. Stop. If you like the content, watch. If you don't like the content, click the back button and go watch something else. It's really that simple. And I'm going to draw a firm line with you guys. We'll talk about content strategy in a second, but I'm done. I'm done tolerating the we could be watching blank. I'm done with it. He just asked a question. Okay, I'm sensitive about the question. Okay? I'm sensitive about the question. Because we have fucking... All right, sorry. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. To Arthur, I'm being sensitive. I'm sorry. Okay? My bad. All right. So now that we have a picture of the land, and I want to make this clear too, because Doobie, you know, a lot of fucking DGGers on Twitter. Me getting suspended is probably good, just so I don't have to interact with DGG right now. We can just let it kind of calm down for a bit. But let's just say that this is current finances versus fin maxing. Yeah. I'm sorry. Okay? I'm sensitive. So, this is where we're at. Okay? So, did I want to talk about content strategy? Oh, Doobie. I wanted to mention this real quick. So, Doobie has given the COG $2,000 since like November. So, November, December, January, February, March, April, and now we're in May. But let's just call it 6 months, okay? Just for the sake of a nice round number. Doobie has given $2,000 to the COG since November, which is not an insignificant amount. I appreciate it, okay? So, Doobie has given, on average, over the course of 3 months, $333. Oh, get rid of all those zeros. And so the accusation from DGG has been that this has dramatically altered my opinion of Steven, and that I'm effectively a paid snarker who has been corrupted by Doobie whispering in my ear and paying me $300 a month. But I want to point out that if Doobie completely left the channel, then I would be making $4,576 a month. Or I would be making 8,161 minus 333. 8,161 minus 333. 7,828. So I just want to point out that on a good month, Doobie is just a cherry on top. Okay? He's just the cherry on top. But if Doobie totally disappeared from the channel, he said, fuck you, Connor. You talk shit about me too much. You support Destiny too much. You support Israel too much. I'm fucking out. Eat a dick. Then at that point, I'm $424 short on a month. I would just like miss my taxes a little bit. Or I would, pay a bill late. It's really not that big of a deal. It's really not. So, yeah. Yeah, if Judea sold out Jesus for 50 days worth of wages, then Connor should at least be asking for around $10,000. Exactly. Exactly. People act like I am Judas. And no, why did you delete that? Why is that getting deleted? There was nothing wrong with that comment. Why are you deleting C-Dub's comment? There was nothing wrong with that comment. What the fuck? Moderators, chill the fuck out. Holy shit. So yeah, so if I was getting paid 50 days worth of wages, that would be 2 months worth of wages. That would mean that Doobie would need to pay me $12,000, not two. He would need to pay me a $12,000 lump sum on the bottom, and he would need to pay me $20,000 as a lump sum at the top. So, yeah, sorry. Doobie is not the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. You know? And make Steven Jesus. Yeah, Jesus. Fucking Destiny. The patron saint of fucking Coomers. That's probably true. So anyways, let's save this and let's move into content, because this is probably what Arthur and Patriarch and Christian Valeris and I'm trying to think of who else. But this is probably what they're most concerned about is content. So let's talk about content real quick. Sorry. Just fucking, I'm feeling like a silly goose. I'm feeling like a silly goose. Now, I need some, hold on. I just got to get situated and I'll let you know. I'm in Korea, so that works. Okay. Darius wants to talk too. So, we're not doing that today, but we will be doing that in general. So let's talk content in a second. But I need to go get my tea. And so I'm going to... Can't Slop, Won't Slop. That's a great title. That's a great title. Like an empty fire, your desire. All right. Watch the... If you don't, I love this song. I think this song is great. But I think the coordination on the choreography is fucking amazing. So watch this for 2 minutes. I'm going to go get a tea refill. I'm back. Oh, do. See, you guys delete the messages and then I become intrigued. You were still making money going on about this shit, but they clearly hyped it all up for you and then you put on a performance for them. Way to go, friend. Okay. I think weirdly enough, earlier I read a note that I sent to Steven in November. I think that last night, or what was it, Saturday? What's today? Today's Monday? Saturday night, all I did was I articulated exactly what I told him in November. So everybody who's like, oh, you should have said it privately. I did say it privately. What if he wins at trial? It doesn't mean anything. You have too many wrenches, bro? No, I don't. I have the exact amount of wrenches I want. So, if he wins at trial, do you understand that it's a matter of time? Okay? So, the law that Steven is being sued about was in like August of 2022, but the alleged infraction occurred in June. And so Steven's argument is not that he didn't violate the law. His argument is that he violated the law before the law was in effect. And so regardless of whether or not he's found guilty, or I don't know what the proper term is for a civil suit, but regardless of whether or not he ends up paying out damages to Pixie, his entire argumentation is not that he didn't do something immoral or unethical. It's that he did it before the law was in effect. So I don't know if that really changes anything. Truth be told, I think that cuts in the opposite direction as well. If he loses at trial, he's still not like a rapist, to my knowledge. He's not a rapist. He's not a serial killer. He's not a murderer. He's an asshole. Okay? And being an asshole isn't for the most part, it's not a crime. Sometimes it can be a crime. But, you know, he's an asshole. You know? And so that's where I think it's going to be tough for people to differentiate between me and the snarkers. But I'm not suddenly, I'm not saying everybody's expecting this, but I do think some people expect this. They're like, oh, you were friends with Steven. Now you're not friends. So just like all the people before you, like Max, like Lav, like Sherry, like Aaron, you're going to turn on Steven and you're going to make it your personal project to fucking destroy his life. No, I'm not. I said what I needed to say. I said what I needed to say on Friday. I said what I needed to say on Saturday. We are cleaning up the mess. And then we're going to go into what I think is an okay content strategy for making money. That making money and making decent content. So, you know, like I will not be milking this. I will not be pulling a J stock and milking Steven's career for the next 2 years. I don't hate Steven. I don't hate him. I'm sad. Like I am. Here's the thing. A lot of people are like, oh, you're a bad friend. You're a bad friend. No, I think this 100% needed to happen. And if I was doing what Steven was doing, I would think that anybody who enabled me to do what I was doing would be a worse friend. So if Mooten and Dan Saltman are fucking scratching his head and scratching his back and saying, you haven't done anything wrong, baby. You're the sweetest, you're God's specialist little boy. You didn't do anything wrong. I think they're bad friends. I think they're bad friends. And if they are telling him in private, hey, actually, we kind of agree with Connor. You're going a little bit far, but we love you so much. We're not going to burn the bridge over it. We're just going to tell you in private. Okay, good. Then they're good friends. But I'm telling you, I am not going to be party to Steven's self-destruction anymore. I thought that like maybe if Lauren and Kyla and I were nice and we loved him and we told him like, hey, you know, you're great for this, and this reason, but we think you're fucking up here. Maybe he would like kind of gently, slowly come our way, but that hasn't happened. It just hasn't happened. And arguably, I would say the doxing and the paranoia, it's gotten worse over the past year. I was willing to be patient for the past year. When I found out that he was still sexting Brit I think I found out that he was still sexting Brit within the past week. On Friday, it might have been, I might not have known that he was sexting Brit. I might have found out on Friday. But either way, I found out within the past week. And that's like, that to me, I'm like, done. I'm done. I'm done. Like, you are sexting a mentally ill woman. And mentally ill women have been the bane of your career. I'm okay. I don't need to be a part of this. I don't need to support it. I don't need to excuse it. I don't need to do anything with this. You know? You want me to come down to Miami to have a debate in person? Cool. You want me to be your best fucking friend? Well, not best friend. You want me to be one of your friends who supports you sexting mentally ill women? It's not going to happen. So, sorry. There's a time and place, like maybe when he's not having his life ruined by a bunch of obsessive creeps online who target his family. Okay, that time and place was November. He didn't change. Dude, you should take a week or two off. The argument is failing. Eat a dick. Here's a perma. Fucking fuck off. I hate these fucking losers. I hate these people who come into the chat and they're like, you can take the L, little bro. Take the L. Fucking TOS, bro. That literally means he did not violate the law. Thanks for having autism, Targan. My fucking favorite European who has autism. Jesus Christ. Obviously, that's going to be his defense. That's the strongest case. If that wasn't the case, he would have another defense. Okay. And does that mean that there was no moral infraction? There clearly was. Even if I did what you said, it wouldn't be illegal. Doesn't mean that he's admitting to it. It just means that he's using the strongest defense. He did it, though. I'm sorry. What's in dispute? Is it in dispute at all that he sent homemade pornography to somebody after knowing him for 2 weeks? Right? Too righteous to be wrong, huh? What the fuck am I wrong about? J-Boss says, no more secrets except those, huh, Cotter? You are a piece of shit. Unsubscribing and hitting do not recommend. Dude, you're a gray name. You're a gray name. I've never seen you in chat. I've never seen you commenting on the video. The gay ops from DGG are so pathetic. It's pathetic. You've never engaged with my content. Coming in and being like, I'm not watching your content anymore. You never did. You never left a comment. You were never in the chat. You never interacted with me. Like, dude. Anyways, let's move on to content. Let's move on to content. I'm going to tell you the content that I like doing. And weirdly enough, I would like to see like a definition of slop. XG says that's his defense for the lawsuit. It's about legality, not morality. Yes, but we as people who live in a society can make moral judgments about the actors of people in our society, right? So do you think, I think it's immoral, but I understand that you just might be making, you might be a liberal. So maybe you're more tolerant of sexually degenerate behavior than I am. So maybe you don't morally load it. So let's just talk about prudence and responsibility, if not morality. So from my perspective, shooting homemade pornography and then sending it to randos after knowing them only for a few days, 10 days, I think total, is, at minimum, it's imprudent. It's absolutely reckless. And I think it's immoral because you're risking harm to yourself and others as evidenced by the consequences of his actions. So if you just want to say it's imprudent or reckless, no skin off of my ass. I don't give a shit. But he engaged in that behavior. So he is deserving of criticism in that regard. It's less moral than driving drunk. I don't know about that, but, you know. As a fan of drunk driving, I can't really judge that too harshly. But let's talk about content. Okay. Let's talk about content. I'll respond to the Cogler real quick just because that's an interesting name, or the Kugler. The Kugler says, so the logic is any negative comments towards Destiny are snarkers and anti-comment comments are also snarkers. Snarkers are DGGers. There's two communities in the chat who are trying to fight for the soul of my community, but what they don't realize is we don't give a shit about this drama enough to allow this to become our defining personality. Collab stream with J-Stock tonight? Probably not, just being real. So, let's, I've seen tepid comments get nuked. Yeah, the mods are going crazy right now. Mods, if somebody is making a criticism of me that has any kind of, like, substantiation reality, leave it in chat. If they're doing, like, a vociferous personal attack, then you can delete the comments. But I think my own mods are going a little too hard. Can we drive drunk on private property? 100%. Even if that's illegal, I endorse that. But yeah, sorry, there's been so much stuff coming out, I can't keep it all in order. That's fine. XG says he ended up talking to that random for years and thousands of messages. He had sent the videos for months and the same outcome would have happened. Would you still call it immoral? Yes. Sending homemade pornography to somebody that you've only met for 2 weeks is fucking crazy pants. Of course. Even if you didn't get caught, I would... Like, you understand morality is like the analysis of good and bad. When I say it's immoral, I'm saying it's bad. We can have, like, a scale of bad. Like, let's say there's, like, raping and murdering somebody as the ultimate bad. And let's say that there's shoplifting a stick of gum at the smaller end of bad, okay? So I would put it, let's say that the murdering and raping someone is a 10, and let's say shoplifting is like a 0.5. I think what Destiny did is a 2, right? It's not good. It's bad, but it's also not rape and murder. And his critics often treat him as though he was a rapist and a murderer. Just because Destiny and I disagree, and I think he's being an idiot, and I think he's slowly destroying his life, doesn't mean that I'm going to start treating him like a rapist or a murderer. He's not. He's just an asshole. And I think he would admit that he's an asshole. All right, anyways, let's focus on content. So, Eleanor Roosevelt, and this is actually where I want Patriarch and Deus Halcyon and Arthur and other people to give me some feedback. And also Grassroots Hegemon. Dude, welcome back, King. I missed you. I only regret I will never get to experience flipping a helicopter or flying a helicopter drunk on my property, of course. True. True. Although, Grassroots, you are almost rich enough for this. What is it? Small private airplane flying to neighbor's house. There's this guy. It's this one. Look at this.
Here I am flying my single-seat airplane, no pilot's license required, no registration. I get asked about the cost a lot, and I'll share that with you when we get back to the house. Right now, we're leaving my buddy's airstrip, and you're coming with me on this quick 1-minute flight. This thing weighs less than 250 pounds, runs on 5 gallons of fuel, it flies about 100 miles between fillings, and can carry up to 350 pounds. It cruises around 50 miles an hour, takes off and lands around 40, slow and easy to fly. Little red disc by my right foot shows my airspeed. It stalls at 25 miles an hour, so it's important to watch. My digital display shows altitude, RPM, and temperatures, things I always monitor. All right, here's my airstrip lining up to land. It looks like we're getting close to the trees, but it's safe. Thanks for joining me on this short, fun flight. Now about the cost. I bought mine used on Facebook Marketplace, but the new ones are around $35,000 at youflyit.com. This thing here is my absolute favorite toy.
Okay, the narrator is male, and the video is showing painted toenails. Yes. Yeah, Airborne Kite. I'm with you. The painted toenails and the male narration voice is freaking me the fuck out. But at the same time, like I'm just saying, for $35,000, you could get like a single engine paracopter or whatever. Oh, we're not ignoring the painted toenails, trust me. But the point is that like you probably can't do this in downtown. I always forget what Pennsylvania town you're in. You probably can't do it downtown, but you can do it in rural Pennsylvania, probably. So, anyways. So, Eleanor Roosevelt has this great quote that great minds talk about ideas, average minds about events, small minds about people. And you have to understand that I feel as though I am consistently metrically rewarded by talking about people. Okay? Whenever we talk about people, whenever there's, and I would say that that's like slop. So let's say, I don't know how to articulate this, but let's say that there was like, speculative and prescriptive analysis of the world. And that was like the highest kind of content that we could create. And then let's say that there was current event / news analysis. Analysis. I'll fix it. I almost left anal cis up. And let's say that there was debates between characters over events and ideas, which weirdly enough, I think is not bad. I think it's great, you know? Why didn't you moderate your Discord to only focus on ideas? Because who gives a fuck? Why can't Twitch and YouTube politics just be Twitch and YouTube politics? Why do I have to force the community to be more highly oriented than they naturally are? Why would I stifle my community? Why wouldn't I let's say that fucking I Am Simba or Christian Valeris or somebody like that wants to shit talk Hassan Piker and say, oh yeah, not only does his politics suck, but he also electroshocks his dog and he's a fucking filthy rabid communist and I hope he stubs his toe every single day. If they say that, why do I need to police that? I don't care. Why would I care? I feel that way about things. Why would I police the way that people feel? It's crazy pants. What's the point of the quote then in your future? Are you just typing for fun? Here, take a 5-minute lap. You're clearly new. I take a while to get where I'm going. Okay? Take a lap, dumbass. All right. Low stakes slop fights. Implosion of digital media careers. Sex drama. Friendship drama. Okay. So do you guys, just asking some of the stronger community members who are kind of like veterans and who kind of lean towards more serious topics, can I ask you, do you think that this is do you think this is like kind of the content that's available in Twitch and YouTube politics? I think this is true. Whenever I see, like, so for instance, like Ryan Getty I think is towards the higher end of content in this space. It can be very dry, but he does talk about like ideology playing out in the world and then speculative and prescriptive analysis of politics. I think Ryan Getty does some of the best job in reference to that. And then when it comes to current news and events analysis, right? I think that Sarcasmatron so far has been my favorite, but William Spaniel, Sarcasmatron, and what's the other guy that you guys like? Scott Stewart. They're all pretty good at current events news and analysis. And I would say that, what's the other thing? Current events, news and analysis, and I would say Ross Douthat and Ezra Klein. I think Ross Douthat and Ezra Klein kind of play in the upper tiers of ideas, right? Then debates between characters and ideas. The cool thing is that the debates between characters over events and ideas, it's kind of a hybridization of the higher level shit with the clashes of personality. And so weirdly enough, that's actually like in Preston Stewart, not Scott. Okay, cool. But I think that debates between characters over events and ideas are actually the sweet spot between fucking the clashes of personalities and the drama slop, and also the addressing of highfalutin ideology and prescriptions about the world. I actually think that debates are like perfect. They're like the perfect niche for where we should be, basically. Grassroots says, my favorite modern stream you did was the Ross Douthat and Teal chat, and everyone hated it. True. It is true. And then I would say low stakes slop fights, implosion of digital media careers, sex drama, and friendship drama. There's modifiers to this shit, right? There's modifiers to the way that people engage with this content. So if I was to engage in speculative and prescriptive analysis of the world, and I know that the secular church segments don't really quite fit that, but I do think secular church as like historical analyses of the world are kind of like my best content. If you were actually trying to get something out of the world, I think that the secular church segments have been my best content. But the problem with that is that I'm going to have 50 to 80 viewers for this content. And if the subject sucks, I might even go as low as like 30, which is a nightmare. That's where that's at. And so effectively, if my ideal audience at this point in my career is 150, this means that this is 33% of where I want to be. Then, for current events and news analysis, I would say weirdly enough, as long as we have like a drama slop thing in the morning, typically we still keep around like 80 viewers when we move into like a serious, like, let's watch I was actually pleasantly surprised the other day. We watched that Sarcasmatron video after we were talking about Destiny drama. And I think the Destiny drama, we were at like 150. And then when we went to Sarcasmatron, I think we bounced between like 80 and 100, which is not bad. You know, like maintaining 80 live viewers and then attracting those kinds of people consistently is actually it's not that bad. You know what I'm saying? It's not that bad. So let's do 80 viewers. Oilers love it. And I think that, who is it? Grassroots is okay with this content. I think that Doobie, weirdly enough, is okay with this content. I think that Patriarch loves this content. This is like Patriarch's and Arthur's favorite kind of content. And so as a result, this is 50% of the viewership that I would find ideal at this point in my career. So it's not good, but it is okay. It's okay. And then debates between characters over events and ideas. I feel like we get 80 to 150, depending on the topic. And 150 is what I want to go for. I'm not kidding. Like 150, if I was pulling 150 viewers every single day, I would feel like we had not made it, but we'd made like a good enough foundation that not only was the true cog happy, but we're branching into additional communities because only 50 people will sit around and listen to me yap endlessly about stupid shit or my personal life or like weird autistic historical shit. But 150 people means that we're reaching slightly outside of the core community. And so I would say, weirdly enough, this is 50% to 100% of what I want. Okay. Yeah, see, Doobie says my favorite content is normally debates and debate reviews. Yeah, I agree. And so, low stakes slop fights, implosion of digital media careers, and sex drama and friendship drama. This, you chose to end your friendship, not destiny. You hitched your team to the wrong wagon. I'm not on their team. Once again, DGG is not sending their best. Do you understand that, like, within American politics, there's a political binary? You can pick members of caucuses who are subgroups within the political binary, but ultimately you're making a binary choice between two political parties, the Democrats and the Republicans. On the internet, there's no such limitation. I don't have to be a snarker or be friends to the snarkers in order for destiny and my relationship to be over. I can just say, hey, I love Destiny. I want him to do well. I wish him the best. I want him to improve as a person. I'll say it. I still love the man. I see the soul underneath all of the horse shit. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to be a part of his self-destruction. I'm not going to do it. And I'm not going to pretend it's normal. I'm not going to pretend it's okay. It's not normal. It's not okay. He is crashing into the ground. He is dive bombing spiritually into the fucking ground. And I'm not going to help him do it. So, low stakes slop fights. 150 to 1,000 viewers. Our peak was 1,000. Realistically, let's be real. It's like the average is like 300. But let's just use 1,000 to demonstrate what I'm talking about. Okay. So let's say that at this point in my career, I wanted to routinely get 150 live viewers. And that would be like 100% of my goal, because I feel like not only is that like a good foothold into content creation, but that kind of means that I'm reaching outside the core community of around 50 people. And so that's like a sign of like sustainability and growth. But let's say that with the drama, we can get 1,000 viewers. So 150 goes into 1,000 6.5 times, I think. But let's go ahead and do it. 150 divided into 1,000. 0.15. I need to do it the other way, don't I? 150 divided by 1,000. 0.15. That's 15%. Did I just do that twice? 1,000 divided by 150. That's what I need to do. 6.66. So, slop drama, weirdly enough, gets me 100% of the viewership I want to 666% of the viewership I want. But here's the problem. That viewership is not sustainable. That viewership is coming in for the blood. They're coming in for the sex. And they're coming in for the destruction and the hyperbole surrounding these events. And so I've seen this happen to plenty of drama YouTubers. They have to consistently abandon any sense of humanity, any sense of principle, any sense of consistency in order to find the next person who is imploding, or to burn relationships in order to create, like, to fuel the fire of content in order to prop up their career. They either have to be a part of the drama and cause the drama, or they have to, how would I phrase this? They have to cause the drama, or they have to find an enemy. They have to constantly find an enemy that's worthy of destruction. They effectively need to be the Crusaders. Remember the Huxley quote? I think I've doxed myself like 7 times today, just because for some reason my YouTube Chrome bar keeps coming up on this screen. But I truly don't care. I'm easy to find. Okay? If you want to... I don't want to encourage anything positive or negative. I am easy to find. If you find me in real life, you better have positive intentions. Because if you have malevolent intentions, it's not going to be pleasant for anybody. Okay? Bazraka, thank you for the gifted. So, what was I going to fucking Google? Oh, the Huxley quote. Aldous Huxley, delicious moral treats. To be able to destroy with good conscience, to be able to behave badly and call your bad behavior righteous indignation, this is the height of psychological luxury, the most delicious of moral treats. And so, if you actually look at the people who are doing the low-stakes slop fights, that's effectively what they're doing. They are looking for a villain that you can destroy in good conscience. And so they whip up a moral crusade for very boring people who are internet schizophrenics, and then they try to whip them up into a digital crusade in order to destroy with righteous indignation and good conscience. Thank you, Grassroots, for the 5 gifted. Let me go ahead and thank everybody who has supported real quick. Let's take a little breather and just thank people. 1 second. Let me make sure that I've also read everything. Grassroots, thank you for the 5 gifted. I'm truly, truly, truly happy to see you partially through your trial. Obviously, the trials of life are ongoing, and so that doesn't mean that the journey is over, but I'm happy to see you. I'm crying a little bit. Stop being a F slur. Man tears. Man tears now. Man tears now. I'm happy to see you get through your trial. Not trial of life, is what I'm saying. The tribe also gifted 5. Thank you, King. I appreciate you. Vazraka with the gifted, I appreciate you. Grassroots says, why don't you just use your apparent total copyright immunity and just make this channel view videos of whimsical white woman music? Okay, because what happens if you consistently play music is you not only do your VODs get copyright struck, but also, what was the other thing? They get like blocked. So for instance, on the like 8-hour Saturday stream, I played I Love Bad Bitches, but I Got a Fucking Problem by A$AP Rocky. And in order for the VOD to go back up, I had to clip that out. I also had to clip out Avril Lavigne, Girlfriend. Doobie with the 10 says, you should start doing random book reviews so I can feed you propaganda through paid book reading. Read the Sun Eater series, I beg you. Okay, that's interesting. I'm unfamiliar with Sun Eater. Doobie says, happy Memorial Day with a 10. Hope that knot in your chest is gone. It relatively is, man. It relatively is. There's still, so what I described previously is that I felt like prior to this week, I had a weight on my chest and I felt like I was being choked. And there was something just in there that needed to come out, but I didn't know what it was. And the last time that happened, it was an incredibly personal situation. Like, I'm not even going to tell you about it because that's how personal it was. But when I articulated the incredible personal situation, the pressure in my chest reduced. Like I was holding on to the emotional stress and the thing that I felt like I needed to say, like physically right here. And so I'm sad. I'll just tell you guys right now. I am sad. I am angry. I'm disappointed. I'm a lot of things in reference to losing my friendship with Steven. But I also think that I needed to say it. And so while I'm sad, while I'm angry, I also think I needed to say it. So, Connor, I know it's been an eventful weekend. That's the one that I did read. And we did play your song. Thank you, QC John, for the oil today with $100. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, King. Mr. Middleman, make a video. This probably shouldn't be done live. My desire, I swear to God, I wish I could stream on Kick so I could use the homophobic F slur against you. Stop telling me what to do. All these fucking people who are like, you're too into it. You're too into the internet. You shouldn't stream for a week. You shouldn't stream for 2 weeks. Fuck off. Okay? You might have good intentions. Maybe you think you're trying to do me a favor or whatever. I'm not listening to you. And you saying that makes me want to double or triple down. That makes me want to do a fucking 24-hour live stream where I just recount to you all of the traumas of my entire life for the next since I was like 0 years old. Okay? Don't tell me to get off the fucking internet. If you tell me to get off the internet, I'll go even more on the fucking internet. Okay? I don't care if it's healthy. I don't care if it's good. I don't care whatever the fuck. You've seen Darius and his girlfriend commit domestic violence battery on the fucking internet. And you're worried about what? Me talking shit about my friend? Shut the fuck up. No offense, Mr. Middleman. Thank you for the donation. Charlie November with the gifted. Real serious with 100 Argentinian pesos. Connor, it's not that hard. If Hutch relapses and his friends ask, sure, tell them. If a random chatter asks, why the fuck would you tell them? Because I'm done carrying secrets. I'm done carrying secrets. When people know that you will carry their secrets, they tell you their secrets. I'm not carrying anybody's secrets. Okay? I'll carry grassroots hegemon secrets because I think he's a true friend who needs help on occasion. And so if grassroots says, hey man, I'm suffering really hard. There's this personal thing that's going on. I really don't want to tell anybody about it, but I trust you. I like you. Can you please be my confidant? I will be grassroots hegemon's confidant. But if grassroots hegemon is like, hey, I killed a bunch of hookers and I chopped up their bodies and I fucking threw them into the river, don't tell anyone. I'm not keeping that secret. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Middleman says, do a pre-recorded video if you have to set the record straight. The record's straight, man. The record's straight. You know what's great about the truth? Do you know what's great about telling the truth? You don't have to fucking massage it. You can just say what's true. And it remains true, regardless of whether or not it makes people angry. Do you know how, like, number one, not only is like the truth one of my primary orienting principles, but do you know how freeing it is to just tell the truth? Do you know how unbelievably freeing it is to just tell the world and everybody who has an opinion to stick it up their fucking ass as you just tell the truth? It's like I invite you, seriously. There were some people who were saying like, oh, everybody lies. Everybody lies. No, I don't. There was one thing that I lied about in the past month. Oh, I know what it was. My wife asked me if I had a girlfriend, and I said no. I lied to her because I didn't want to piss her off. And then I had to tell her within 12 hours anyways. That's the last lie I've commissioned that I can think I've committed in the past like decade. That's the only lie I've commissioned that I can think of in the past decade. And I still like solved it within like 12 hours. Please stop talking about the thing you were begged to talk about and loyalty tested over a lie. The lie is now like super problematic. Thanks, Gelatinous Rube. I appreciate you. I think you get it. I think you get it. Thank you, Gelatinous Rube. Real serious, if Destiny doesn't fit your bill of ethical behavior and you already expressed it privately, just break it off, man. You can't mold your friendships to be how you like them. He's a grown man. Correct. That's why we're not friends anymore. Airborne Kite for 5 says, you are a good friend for sending the messages privately. Why the fuck would you air it out here? Because I feel like it. And no offense, this is what it feels like. It feels like the liberals don't like my judgment of Destiny's sexual conduct. But why don't you have judgments of Destiny's sexual conduct? It doesn't feel like you don't want me to talk about it because you don't think it's wrong. You think that it's wrong to judge it in public. Why wouldn't I judge it in public? And no offense, this is the way that it comes across to me. It's because you guys don't want the moral responsibility of judging people's poor behavior in public. So that's not my fucking problem. I've always had a rule set of like, if it's true in private, it's true in public. Doesn't matter what the fucking private public contexts are. If it's true, it's true. So just because you have a hesitation to judge people publicly because of a liberal temperament on your end, don't project that onto me. I've never agreed with that. I've never thought that. The only reason why I didn't make it public in November or December was because the husband and Brit said, hey, listen, this is like super hot in our family right now. This is kind of crazy right now. You know, and we don't know if we want to be public right now. That's the only reason why it wasn't public. If they had said, nope, this needs to come to light. So either you're bringing it to light or we're bringing it to light, but it's coming to light. Then I would have brought it to light then. So no, I am not... I do not agree. Deus Halcyon says you have to stop, please, dude. No. And Deus Halcyon, fuck you a little bit. Okay? Seriously. Thank you for all the gifteds. Thank you for being a chill community member. But don't tell me what to fucking do. You tell me not to do it, I'm going to do it fucking harder. Okay? Connor, dude, please. Same thing, Fashion 40. Same thing. Don't tell me what to do. If you tell me what to do, I'm going to do it 5 times more. So shut the fuck up. Okay? Doobie for 10 says, force your emotions into a tiny box in your soul and never speak of them like a real man. No, that's how you have a heart attack. While I think leaking DMs of a friend in front of thousands is a horrid thing to do, I get why. Hoping you still engage with Destiny adjacent people. Do you guys know what leaking DMs is? I didn't leak Destiny's DMs. I leaked my DMs. Are you talking about the letter from earlier? I have a right to tell you what I said at a given point in time. It's my intellectual property. What would be inappropriate is if Destiny expressed things to me in public, and if I screenshotted them of evidence of his bad behavior, and then if I put that all on the internet in an attempt to hurt him. That's not what I did. I articulated what I understood from my information, from my perspective. I have the right and duty to do that at any fucking point that I want. You don't understand what leaking DMs are. Leaking my side of the DMs is not leaking DMs. Jesus Christ. They're my DMs. I could literally take every single text message that I've ever uttered to anybody ever, and I could screenshot them, go down to the fucking FedEx office, blow them up into posters, and hang them over I-4, the major highway. And that would be my right to do. What the fuck? Fell Runner with Doobie and Officer Nasty right now. Hyperlink. It's a Dokes meme. It's a Dokes meme. Doobie for 10. My fellow Snark Gene Stealer was muted for pointing out that Fell's weirdly psychosexual attacks. May I suggest a hot muting people with wrenches rule? seems emotions are still high. No. I think that Officer Nasty and Doobie need to be sensitive to the fact that the COG has taken a lot of shit on your behalf. Okay? So what I would actually appreciate from Officer Nasty and Doobie, I'm actually asking you guys this sincerely. You don't have to abide by this, but I'm telling you, you're playing with fire. Okay? We've taken a lot of shit on your behalf as a matter of principle. I would appreciate it that if you were going to shit talk Destiny, literally for the next month, you don't do so in the Discord. Okay? I would actually sincerely appreciate it. Because I'm saying I, but also we as a community, have taken a shitload of pressure on your behalf. So the accusation is that you are an infiltration operation into our community. I would appreciate it if you don't prove the critics right. So if you want to talk shit about Destiny, do so someplace else, please. Connor, I think there's a stupid mix-up on what hasn't been leaked over the course of the last few days. Maybe. Maybe they're talking about me talking about the Groiper girl, but there's no way I could have like raped Destiny rhetorically the way that I did without talking about Brit. There's no way I could have. If I didn't have Brit as evidence of Destiny still engaging with psychotic women, then there would be no other evidence of him engaging with psychotic women. There would be smoke, but there wouldn't be fire. The only other thing that you could criticize him on is that Nazi chick, the fucking, I forget her name, Empath Chan. The only thing but there's no evidence that they had sex. So with Empath Chan, there would be smoke, but there wouldn't be fire. Without Brit, I didn't have anything. I had a fistful of fucking nothing. So, yeah. So like, I do think it's borderline, ethically dubious to confront Steven on Brittany and the Groiper husband without the Groiper husband's and Brittany's consent. But it is also such clear evidence, in my opinion, of Destiny's continued self-destructive behavior that I was willing to take that criticism. So I'm willing to take the criticism of you violated you did not get explicit permission from the Groiper husband and wife. I know he doesn't want me to call him a Groiper, traditional Catholic. You didn't get explicit permission from the traditional Catholic and his wife in order to confront Destiny on that situation, but I needed to confront them. Anyone that wants to earn loyalty to the Flame can tell me about the AstroTurfing campaign? Sure. Yes, you guys can talk. Dude, Officer Nasty and Doobie are invited to talk about Ethan Klein, because I'm not an Ethan Klein orbiter. They are invited to talk about Israel-Palestine. They're more than invited to do so. I would love it if they do so. Grassroots says that's kind of fucked. I know. So Grassroots, I don't know if you've seen the past like 72 hours of content, so I'll try to summarize it from my perspective real briefly. And I'll go back to the content map in a second. So in reference to what happened, from my perspective, Destiny started saying that he was going to blacklist anybody who had Doobie, Officer Nasty, or any snarkers in their community who routinely spent shitloads of time in their Discords talking shit about Destiny. And the two people who were on the chopping block were me and Wick. And so we haven't really, in my opinion, we haven't really let Doobie run buck wild. We haven't, I don't expect you to endorse what I did, Grassroots. I don't expect it. So what happened was implicit in that threat, in my opinion, was that if we continue to tolerate Officer Nasty and Doobie in our Discord community, that Destiny would sever our relationship. And it's not the ask. Okay? It's not, if he had asked, if he had said, hey, I got screenshots of Doobie talking endless shit about me in your Discord. I really don't want to tolerate his presence. I understand that you've known him for a long time. And so as a result, like, I want, I understand if you don't want to sever your connection with him, but I'm just telling you, I think he's one of the primary people who hate me. And so as a result, I would appreciate it if you severed your, at least kicked him out of the Discord. Like, he's allowed in your chat, but you still, I would appreciate it if you moderated him heavily, but, at least kick him out of the Discord, because I don't want him conducting gay ops in order to convert people away, into like haters of mine. If he had come to me on a personal level and said that shit, I probably would have been like, okay. 6 years of relationship, you're uncomfortable with something, you're expressing it like a fucking man, you're making a direct ask, you're not trying to fucking strong arm me with your position. I probably would have agreed to it. But that's not what he did. Mooten came on while I was describing what I felt was an implicit threat. And Mooten said, yep, that's the implicit threat. If you don't get rid of these people, then we're not going to associate with you anymore. You can go fuck yourself. And so as a result, I was like, oh, okay, fuck you. Right? You want me to fucking kick out Doobie? You want me to kick out Officer Nasty? Show me evidence that they're doxing, swatting, or harassing people. Because talking shit about people on the internet is not a crime. I talk shit about people on the internet. Destiny talks shit about people on the internet. Every person, every creator, and every fan of this space talks shit about people on the internet. So, if you want me to ban these people because they are your malicious digital harassers who are engaged in a prolonged digital terrorist campaign, you need to show me evidence. And when I asked him for evidence and I confronted him about the fact that he doxed 2 people without good cause, he freaked the fuck out. And I'm not going to do that shit. I'm not going to do that shit. And another thing that I'll tell you that I'm Death Lily, I'm sorry, Connor, you chose to stream the conversation. You could have done it to it privately. I already did. Earlier in November, I read for Saturday's conversation, I did have a private conversation with him. And he's the one making the ask. Why didn't he take it privately? He's the one who wanted to join the stream. I told him what I want, or I articulated what I wanted out of the situation perfectly all day. Why didn't he take it to DMs? Why is it my responsibility when my friend of 6 years is implicitly threatening me? Why is it my job to take it to DMs? That's not my job. And he knew what he was doing. He obviously knew what he was doing. Sorry, just turning on a fan. So anyways, that was Friday. Just trying to get grassroots caught up. Wait, is Connor an anti-fan now? It's a well-trodden path. No. I'm not going to dedicate the next 2 years of my content to hating Destiny. I don't care that much. I still like Destiny, you idiots. I really wish that Destiny was a better person, but he's not. And he's an asshole. And I'm not going to be a part of his fucking downfall. So I'm not, no, I don't hate Destiny. You sure watch his cock a lot? Yeah, because he age played with a groiper who got into a Telegram channel and those people were talking stochastically about murdering him. I don't want my friend to get murdered. So yeah. And then also, he had the chance to, not only did he have the chance to be with the love of his life in 2022, and then he fumbled that, but he had the chance to be with the love of his life in 2026, and he fumbled it again. So yeah, I want my friend to be married, happy, with a woman he loves, rather than imploding his life. So yeah, you're right. I do want that. You're completely correct. Have you still not removed your makeup? Once again, I don't have eyeliner on. I don't have foundation on. There's no makeup. This is just my face. Okay? Hold on, let's take a look at these two. Whenever you delete a message, I'm going to read it even more. You know? You understand that, moderators. Helm says, downfall, laugh my ass ninja. You have 50 viewers or less on average. Nah, I do between 50 and 150 depending on the day. But you can kill yourself. Digitally. Bye. Weird to act like this towards a friend. I would assume more good faith towards someone like that. I don't. I've seen Destiny steamroll people before. I've seen him be incredibly Machiavellian and sociopathic. I've seen him be a total asshole. I've seen him fuck over his friends. Why do I need to extend him good faith? I don't need to extend him good faith. He even lied right to my face. Yeah, Destiny's not monogamous. I know. And I'm sad. I'm sad about it. It's not like he has to be monogamous in order to be a decent human being. That's not the ask either. The ask is that the ask, if he's not going to be with Lauren, that's probably good for Lauren. So honestly, like, that's not a problem. What I would like it if he stopped engaging with mentally ill women who vacillated between obsessive love for him and suicidal ideation after his entire life has been fucked up. First, last, as he steamrolled you, laughed my ass off. Oh yeah, is that why he ran away from the call? Is that why when he was getting pressed on his personal behavior that's obviously indefensible, he left? I'm sorry. I haven't lost $800,000. So, I'm sorry. Where's my L? Lauren's not going to fuck you? I don't need her to fuck me. I hope she's doing great up in Canada. She's 1,200 miles away. I wish Lauren total and complete happiness. I hope she finds a man that appreciates her, that loves her, that cherishes her, and I hope that they're happy together. I don't have an obsession with Lauren. When I was getting divorced, I was thinking to myself, Lauren's a pretty gal. She's a single mom. She's cool. She's smart. She's into politics. We understand each other. We communicate well. Maybe I'll ask her out. Oh, and then that's what Steven lied about, by the way. Lie of commission to my face, not knowing that I would know that he was lying. Do you understand how embarrassing and sad that is? Like, he fucking lied to my face to try to own me in a debate. And he got raped by the fucking truth. Like, all the DGGers, this is the biggest fucking L ever. And the fact that you won't even recognize it is kind of an embarrassing indictment of your intelligence. Okay? So, here's what happened. Lauren and I, we text every few months. We're not close, but we're friendly. Okay? So, I am getting divorced. I tell Lauren about it. I tell Steven about it. And then I'm kind of thinking, like, I'm going to be single. I don't want to be single. But who can I date? Because I enjoy partnership. I enjoy having a good friend. Right? What was the lie? Don't worry, I'll tell you momentarily. So I actually go to Steven first. I don't even know that Steven and Lauren are dating. Okay? I do not know that Lauren and Steven are dating. Okay? And you haven't shown any proof, Fatty? I don't need to. I know what the truth is. See ya. The truth is a defense. So I go to Steven first. Okay? He said that I asked Lauren out. I never asked Lauren out. I went to Steven and I said, hey, I know that you dated Lauren in the past. Lauren's a cool girl. Would you care if I asked her out? And he said, no, I don't care. Go for it. That's what he said to me. Okay. Then I'm just talking to Lauren as a friend. And maybe it gets back to her from Steven, like, hey, Connor's thinking about asking you out or whatever. And then Lauren says, oh, no. So hey, Steven and we're thinking about seeing each other again. I don't know if they ever physically saw each other again. I don't know if they ever dated again. I have no idea what their actual relationship is. I have no idea. But she said, hey, I'm talking to Steven again. I want to see where that goes. I didn't ask her out. Okay? I didn't ask her out. She didn't ask me out. She didn't say no. I just never asked her out. Were they back together this year? Maybe. I don't know. They were at least talking. They were at least talking as friends and exploring the possibility of getting back together. Right? I hope they're still secretly dating. Me too. But I don't think that's the case. So what ended up happening was maybe a month ago, maybe a few weeks ago, I'll try to keep this as clean as I can without like leaking too much details. But basically, I get word back that Lauren wanted a commitment and Steven was unable to commit. I think that's vague enough to not hurt anybody. Okay? Lauren wanted a commitment. Steven wouldn't commit. It's that simple. Okay? And so this is where Steven lies. This is where he fucking lies to my face. He lies to your face. Okay? He said, oh, Connor, number one, you don't have a wife. Okay, I was married for 15 fucking years. What's your longest relationship? How long was Steven with Melina? 3? I've dated people longer than Steven's was with Melina. So, okay, that's not very impressive to me, you fucking dipshit. I was with one person for 15 fucking years. That's an achievement to me. Just because it didn't work out in the long term doesn't mean that I'm not proud of what I did in reference to my wife. So he goes, lol, you don't even have a wife anymore, right? No, I say, how many friends do you have left? And then he says, I have more friends than you have wives, right? That's what he said. So that's funny. It's a good jab. It's a good jab. But then he says, Steven, or I say, Lauren wanted to get back with you. You know that she wants what's best for you, that she cares about you, that she loves you, but you're such a fucking asshole. You can't accept friendship. You can't let anybody get close to you. You can't be a good partner. You can't do this. You can't do that. Because you're such a fucking asshole and you can't take an L. And so Steven says, how about this, L? Lauren and I have been secretly dating for 3 months. He didn't know that I knew that they were already broken up. So tell me, I'm getting criticized about being, a bad friend. I feel like I'm calling out my friend on his bullshit. And I'm telling him that he's a fucking dipshit. How should I take it that Steven, when he's getting pressed and he feels like he's in a corner, he's willing to willfully lie in order to make his opponent look worse and in order to make himself look better? How should I feel about my friend? Because I'll tell you the way I feel about my friend. I feel like I can't trust him. I can't trust him. Obviously he's lied to other people and I've seen him get caught in his lies, but I've actually never caught him in a lie. I have never caught Destiny in a lie. He said some crazy shit that I kind of gave him an eyebrow on. He did not say that, laugh my ass off. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He said, you want a fucking L? Lauren and I have been secretly dating for the past 3 months. That's what he said. And he was wrong. He was lying. So the point is that I have seen Steven be hyperbolic. I've seen him try to destroy the public reputations of his enemies. I've even arguably seen him caught in like a lie that could be argued to be like, you know, kind of like a fungible, like a weird, you know, bending of the truth. But he's never lied to me. Okay? He's never said, hey, Connor, here's something that I know to be untrue, and I'm going to say it to you in order to obtain a benefit. That's never happened. At least not directly to me. I'm sure it's happened to other people, but it's never happened to me. So I'll just tell you right now, like I said, I want Steven to do well. I want him to succeed in his career. I want him to succeed in his personal life. I want him to stabilize. I want him to be a fantastic political commentator. I want him to do beautiful analysis of current events, news, and politics, for him to become ingratiated with the the mainstream establishment, and for him to become a wildly successful political commentator. That's what I hope for Steven. And I hope that in his future sexual relationships, while he will probably still be promiscuous, I hope that he is more careful not to hurt mentally ill women. Okay? That's what I hope for Steven, and I earnestly believe that. But I am not, even if we rekindled our friendship, I would never be able to fully trust him. I would never be able to fully trust him. Because in an opportunity where he was getting pressed with the truth, he decided to lie to my face and to probably 2,000 to 3,000 people in order to make me look bad and to make him look better by comparison. So I will never be able to fully trust him ever again. So that's sad. I mean, shit, we're probably not going to be friends. Let's be real. But even if we're not friends, that still makes me sad. It still makes me sad that he lied right to my face. Anyways. All right. Let me... Is this why you focus on kids who are closer to you intellectually? Who are you talking about? Oh, you're talking to Doobie. Rude. Made yourself look bad by yourself? Then why are you in my chat? You shouldn't be watching my content. If there's somebody that you don't like on the internet, why would you engage with their content? Seems kind of snarky. Seems like you're being a little snarky, Beetle Nation. Are people in Twitch Bowl friends? All I see is constant beef. I think it's friendships plus politics. Even for the most well-intended people. I think I'm pretty well-intended. I think that Kyla is pretty well-intended. I think Lonerbox is pretty well-intended. I think Hutch is pretty well-intended. I think Josiah is pretty well-intended. I think Adam Mockler is pretty well-intended. I think they've conducted their friendly relationships like pretty well. But I think that there's always the clout calculation running subconsciously, even if you're not... even if you don't want to do it. Even if you don't want to be like, okay, well, I want to talk to this person, but they're kind of being vilified by this community right now. So this community is not going to like it if I have an earnest conversation. I want to dunk on this person because they suck, but they're friends with my other friend, and I don't want to strain my friendly relationship with my other friend. Even if you're incredibly well-intended and you like a lot of people involved, I think there's subconscious clout calculations always happening. You going on Wix tonight? I don't think I've been invited. And frankly, considering how mean I've been over the past few days, I think I should probably be in my own little content arc for a little bit. Connor missed a ton because he was too busy screaming over him unlucky. I didn't miss shit. I watched the content again. I don't think anything he said changes anything I said. Yeah. Spider-Man says, Connor, I would never imply that about you. I can disagree with you about some things, but I respect you and can appreciate your points. Well, thank you. D. Severin says, safe for the answer, but yeah, that sounds like a fucking nightmare, to be fair. To be honest, I enjoy it. I like it. I think people show you their true colors. Like, I think you can have friendships, and I have real-world friendships. I have people that I love that I hang out with IRL. But there isn't like this pressure, right? There isn't this pressure for, yeah, Canadian Lauren, yes, Lauren Southern. There isn't this pressure to kind of like climb the social hierarchy or get a bunch of money or be able to lord over your friends or whatever. And but I think people show you who you are when there's pressure. Screaming age play repeatedly to earn optics points from any anti-Destiny community was pretty gross, especially since you caught on old video endorsing age play. Are you Food Shops' alt? Do you think a 19-year-old dressing as a... Like, what was I? I was 22. This is the closest thing that you could possibly have on me, which is so fucking cringe and gay. I think I was 22. I think my girlfriend was 20. And I dressed as a college professor and wore a suit and glasses. And she dressed as a naughty schoolgirl. And I said, who gives a shit about that? Do you think that's the fucking same as pretending to be an adolescent? Are you retarded? You are genuinely stupid as fuck. Gross. Anyways. Nasty. Nasty fuckers. Y'all, some of y'all are okay. Some of y'all are some of the most repulsive fucking people on the internet. Snark needs to know the exact dynamics of the age play. That's for them to disclose. I said the nicest one that I was aware of. So that's up to Destiny. That's up to Brit. If they want to publicly disclose what they did behind closed doors, that's up to them. That's not for me. There are some, like, I think reasonable, like I already said what I needed to say for my relationship with Steven. I don't need to go out of my way to hurt Brit or to hurt Steven. So I'm not, you know, like, I'm going to do a live omission right now. Well, I'm not even going to do a live omission. I'm going to tell you that there were spicy things that were alleged that I find repulsive, but I'm not going to say them in order to hurt them further. I think Brit, overall, despite being fucked up in the head, I think she's overall like a very nice lady. And then I think that Steven, like I said, I think he's a fucking asshole. But I'm not vindictive. I don't hate him. I don't hate him. I think he is, as lame as it is, I think hurt people. I think Steven is a profoundly hurt person who is hurting people. So, Wick has been shitting on Doobie. I hope they have fun. So the distancing is you just chilling on Dusty content for a little while and then following his large political debates. You're going to keep ignoring my comments all stream. That wasn't on purpose, Christian Vlaris, I promise. I promise you just got drowned in the comments. But yes, that's going to be the general direction is going to be, this is like the cleanup day. So I'm just kind of covering like the finances because I was accused of being bought and paid for by Destiny, by Doobie, excuse me. I am being accused of doing this because I want to shift into commentary. I don't want to shift into commentary. I'm being accused of, well, and I mean, this is my own Oilers. This is like Patriarch and Arthur. They're saying, oh, you're going to totally shift away from the content that we like and you're going to consistently engage in like cringe drama shit, so we don't know if we want to be a part of this community. That's not happening. So like I hope Patriarch didn't totally run away. I hope he comes back. But you know. Silver said, I'll mute you so he reads you. Nice. Christian Lara says, it might not be good content, but Pisco's combo with Taftaj might be interesting. We might do that. I don't know if I'm covering content today, because like I said, I feel like we're doing a cleanup today. It is Memorial Day. I do have some IRL plans this afternoon. And so this might literally be like, I'm going to go through the plan for content and in a second. And I think we're going to, and then I think, you know, I might just hang out with chat for a little bit. Shit, that could last. Like literally me talking about the plan for content could last another 2 hours. I know it might not be, it might be like a little boring or whatever, but I do think people like the content because they do want to see, number one, where the community is going, and then number two, they do want some follow-up points about the conversation. Still don't know who Brit is. It's a girl on the internet. Don't worry about it. Grip Pilled for 10 says, this is to pressure you to do more debates and current events and less slop. Thank you. I appreciate you, Grip Pilled. Not only that, there are some people who reached out to me who are more in the right-wing sphere, and they were just kind of like checking in order to do it. And, or they were checking in just to be like, hey man, sorry to hear about your divorce. Sorry to hear about the Destiny Bridge blow up, blah, 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 blah. And I'm not going to like capitalize on it to be like, oh, well, I just lost my favorite, you know, Orbiter streamer. Do you want to be my new favorite Orbiter streamer? I'm not going to do that, obviously. But hopefully it's a sign that since I'm no longer so closely affiliated with Destiny, perhaps more right-wingers will be willing to engage with me on a one-on-one basis, just because I'm not going to be viewed as, like, Destiny's lapdog, you know? Fashion 40 says, Connor, you have your chippers feeling like second-class citizens? Why? Am I ignoring your chips? Did I miss some chips? Fashion 40 for 5 says, rewatch that part. I'm like 80% sure he said they were dating for 3 months and mutually broke it off months ago. Yeah, after I said that he fucking fumbled. But I guarantee you, if I had not spoken to Steven about Lauren, if I had not spoken to Lauren after the fact and been party to the fact that Steven was unwilling to commit and therefore they stopped talking to each other, he would have been perfectly happy with me getting raped by the narrative that they were still together. So sorry, that doesn't change my calculus at all. I 100% think that Destiny tried to lie to my face and tried to rape me by accusing me of being jealous of his current and ongoing relationship that was not current and ongoing. So no, I'm sorry. I feel like that's accurate. Read DMs, please. Dude, if it's fucking 5 paragraphs, I'm not reading it, buddy. Bumping the DM up in this order. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs. I'm not reading 4 paragraphs right now. If you wanna hit me up tonight in order to get me to read 4 paragraphs, I'll read 4 paragraphs tonight. But also, didn't you say like you didn't even want me to read these out loud on stream? So, yeah, DM me tonight and say, hey, Connor, just checking in. Can you read my DMs, please? Do you consider Wick Destiny's lapdog? No, but I think he's bending his morals. So, I think he's bending. I think he's bending towards Destiny's will. All right. So, anyways, the only reason why he didn't lie, he misrepresented. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, don't you guys always get on my ass about being brief? If you're going to DM me on Discord, bear in mind, sometimes I have like 50 plus Discord messages. You know? Bro, be more good faith, please. No. And Tribe, if you don't like it, then dip out. No. This guy fucking... Destiny said some wild shit after Friday. Destiny has said some wild shit after Saturday. And the amount of grace that I have for this situation is that I am not going to try to A-log him. I am not going to try to hurt him. I am not going to try to attack him. I'm not going to become a snarker. That is the amount of grace that I have. But when I see someone trying to hurt me during a conversation by misrepresenting something, then I'm not going to have endless charity towards that perspective. He was trying to hurt me. He wanted to hurt me. He wanted to hurt me over the divorce. He wanted to hurt me over Lauren. He wanted to cast me as a jealous person who was just dick watching. He was trying to hurt me. So no, I'm not going to pretend that he didn't try to hurt me. He tried to hurt me. I'm just not that weak. Anyways. Let's talk about content though. Real quick. And then I think somebody said, do you want to do call-ins? I will do call-ins. Let me draw what this is though. So speculative and prescriptive analysis of the world. I'm just telling you what I would do. Okay? I'm telling you what I would do. If I had to, let's say that Ross Douthat or Ezra Klein or Peter Thiel or one of those guys they're like super high intellect, super high, like speculative, crazy into logistics, crazy into science, crazy into politics, crazy into philosophy, but they're having a speculative and prescriptive conversation about the world, but it hits my radar because it's just that good. Then I would actually try to make that 5% to 10% of my content, because that's going to be a lower viewership video, but it still might be worthwhile to engage with. So for instance, like watching the Peter Thiel, Ross Douthat conversation and watching the Ross Douthat, Ezra Klein conversation, while I do think that they're dry, I do think that they were actually incredibly informative and helped me conceptualize things about the world that helped me grow as a person. So I know that some of you might want me to engage with that content, but I need to see oil around it. If you want me to increase the percentage of that content, I can't have 50 live viewers and 2 $5 donations in order to engage with that content consistently. Okay? That's just not going to happen. I still have bills to pay. Then, with current events and news analysis, I would say that this should probably be like, I don't know, maybe it should be like 10% or 20%. 20% I think is fair. So let's say that we do 2 segments a week that are geopolitics. Specifically, they're like geopolitics, militarism, militaria analysis, technological analysis, war in Ukraine analysis, Iran Strait of Hormuz analysis. I think that should probably be 20% of the content. So I think I can solidly commit to Tuesday afternoons and Thursday afternoons being dedicated to geopol. So Patriarch and Christian Valeris and Arthur, if you're like, that's all that I like and I hate everything else, then just show up Tuesday at noon and show up Thursday at noon, and we will have a predictable segment that you should enjoy. Okay? So, I think that if that's 2 segments out of 10 segments a week, that should be 20%. So let's put that in there. So that should be around 20%. of the content. Now, the debates, I think, should be the remainder. But I think that we need to be real. Whenever there is like pop slop between creators that are like, they're destroying each other, the way that Destiny and the way that Destiny and I fought, I'm gonna cover it. I'm just being real. Like if Chud Logic and Destiny have like I know they already have a bridge burn, but let's say they have like a bridge burn where everything's like super on fire and it's really intense and everybody's talking about it and it has to deal with this like the realm of Twitch and YouTube politics, and it's going to change the dynamics of how people interact with each other. Of course I'm watching that shit. You know what I'm saying? Obviously. So I would say realistically, I could claim that it's only going to be 20%, but let's be real, it's going to be 20 to 30%, isn't it? Don't you think? Like, if I'm being honest with myself, it's 20 to 30%. Let's just put 25%. Okay. Which I know sucks. I know that my geopoll people and my serious people want me to focus on debates and current events and news analysis and speculative and prescriptive analysis. I know that they want me to focus on that more. But once again, I go where the metrics are. Okay? On Friday, despite it being like a bridge burning episode, we had 1,000 live. We got paid. I know that it's only $600 or $700 after YouTube fucking cut, but we got paid $1,000. And then on Saturday, another bridge burning stream. We probably broke, I think we broke like 300 easily, but we might have even broken 1,000 at some point. I know we broke 300 for sure on Saturday, but we broke 300 and we also made like $500 on Saturday. So, you know, like once again, like how can I look at that incentive when I'm still trying to pay my bills and be like, no. I can't talk about drama slop ever because of the perverse incentive, you know? But there's audiences are different and that's hurting your growth. Maybe. But I'm not going to lie. I enjoyed the content too. I enjoy the content. So let's just say that the speculative and prescriptive analysis, I want it to be 10%, but it ends up only being 5%. I think that's probably fair based off of like descriptive reality. So the truth is that 5% is going to be speculative and prescriptive analysis of the world. That 20% is going to be current events and news analysis because we will dedicate Tuesday afternoons and Thursday afternoons to Geopoll. Well, Honk says Geopoll should be more like 50% in a perfect world of anti-drama. I agree with you. And I'm going to have a prescription for the community in a moment. Okay? And let's say, so this is 50%, this is 50%. That means that 50% should be debates. Because the cool thing about debates is sometimes there's geopoll. Sometimes there's conversations about militaria. Sometimes there's conversations about politics. Sometimes there's personal drama that gets invoked during debates, right? Christian Blair says cop content. Cop content is currently 0% unless you want me to do it during the geopoll segments. Okay? During geopoll, if you're like, hey, we've done a lot of geopoll recently, let's watch some body cam footage and break it down. And Patriarch and Christian Valeris are like, yeah, let's do police body cam videos. Then that's going to get slotted into Tuesday and Wednesday, you know? Debate segments would be awesome. I'm not really referring to just debates like me doing debates myself because that only happens like, that doesn't happen that much, right? I would say that I more than likely do debate reviews. I do debate reviews more than I do debates, but I do debates, obviously. So anyways, so the point is, what I'm trying to, Patriarch says, no, I fucking hate cop slop. There you go. Christian Valeris and fucking Patriarch at odds. Rifleman for 20 says, I want more Rhino stuff. Okay, let's talk about that in a moment. This is exclusively Counterpoints politics. Okay? This is all that I'm talking about here, is I'm talking about Counterpoints politics. But I think we need to point out that Counterpoints politics is only a part of the Counterpoints digital media empire. Have I considered running debates? Absolutely. And I hated it. I hated it with every fiber of my fucking being. I have no problems moderating. If somebody was willing to book a show on my behalf, I would moderate once every 2 weeks. But I cannot moderate a debate every single week. I can't. It is so bad. You have to sit there on your hands. You have to not call stupid people stupid. You have to try to allow the flow of the conversation to flow. And you have to be nice to your guests so they're willing to come back on the show. And I can't be that nice. I am not that nice. Oh. Yes, moderating is jury duty. Yes. It literally, if we wanted to start up the new Hippy Dippy, but we didn't have Dylan Burns anymore, I think it should be like a rotation. Like there should be like a judge. Like we should rotate jury duty. We should unironically rotate the responsibility of being a moderator between 3 or 4 creators so nobody gets burnt out. It is a horrible job. Okay. What if you did a series about the Constitution and did research on every amendment, including case and law, current day application of the amendment? Well, you should go to PSCO for that, in my humble opinion. I'm not a law tuber. I don't have a Juris Doctorate. I would do like the Federalist Papers and shit, but once again, you can't sync the channel metrically in order to do dry content that one Euler likes. You will alienate a substantial amount of the audience. And so I cannot do dry legal analysis when, number one, I don't even have a Juris Doctorate. And number two, like that would have to be like an Euler. You know what I'm saying? Somebody would have to say, oh, Connor, I want you to read the Federalist Papers, number 29 and number 46. Here's $100. Right? You know, like that's what I would need in order to have 50 viewers watching me go through the Federalist Papers. As a resource officer, what did mostly do in the off time in your office? I assume they gave you. Yep. I wrote Medium articles, and I created Warhammer army lists that I still have not built. That the army that I have on my shelf back there, my Death Watch, 3,000 points worth of Death Watch, I built that list meticulously based off of every unit that I thought was aesthetically beautiful and every unit that I would ever want to play on the tabletop. And I meticulously built that list, seriously, over the course of like 6 months. I'm not kidding. I literally probably spent like a part-time employee's amount of hours crafting a Warhammer army list, you know? Anyways. More combos with Ryan Mulally? Yeah, I would put that in the debate category. Okay. But this is where I want to do my call to action to the Oilers that I have left. I understand that Patriarch, or Grassroots is my primary Oiler, although after he sees what I did to Britt, I don't know. I hope he's still my friend. I hope Grassroots Hegemon is still my friend after that. But the truth is that Grassroots is one of the most flexible Oilers that I have. He truly does not give a fuck and seems to be a happy-go-lucky community member. So providing that Grassroots Hegemon does not abandon me for the way that I burn the bridge with Destiny, then I would expect Grassroots to continue to support effectively all of the content. Now with Patriarch, I know that he prefers current events and news analysis, and he prefers speculative and prescriptive analyses of the world. I know that's patriarch. Then, weirdly enough, I also know that Christian Valeris, while he can only oil on occasion, he also likes, correct me if I'm wrong, Christian Valeris, but you prefer speculative and prescriptive analysis of the world, but you also don't mind debates. It seems like you don't mind debates, in my opinion. Arthur is not an oiler, but he's a recent addition to the Couterpoints family, the cog, and he is wildly passionate about the fact that we should increase geopolitical analysis and speculative and prescriptive analyses of the world, in my opinion. So the point is that I am being dragged. This is the current content balance of the stream, and I think the chippers are all over the place. I got chippers who chip for serious shit. I got chippers who chip for bullshit. The truth is that there's always going to be more chippers than there are going to be oilers, but the chippers cumulatively only have a fraction of the impact that the oilers have. Are you familiar with your Oilers' sexual history? I'm not aware of fucking Patriarch or Christian Valeris's or Arthur's. Grassroots Hegemon and I have mildly discussed his dating life, but that's not something that I would talk about on stream. So I love Grassroots Hegemon parasocially. And he's a good egg. And I want him to do well, no matter what. If I give you $50, would you do more debates? Well, not if you give it to me one time. You know, like one, but you kind of got to the point, Diluted Mel. Thank you. So what I'm saying is, if you're upset by this dynamic, okay, let's say you're like, I hate that Connor only does current events and news and analysis, then donate. Oil towards that direction. Say, like literally say what you want to say within the fucking topic frame. Diluted Mel says, goddamn. Well, let me show you Diluted Mel real quick. A one-time donation of $50 over 30 days is $1.60. Okay? I'm not trying to say $50 is nothing. I love $50, right? But $1.60 a day is not going to make or break me. You know what I'm saying? What's the threshold for chippers and oilers? What makes what? I think that if you donate like $4 or $5, $5 or $2 donations a day, you're a chipper. Because you're basically like throwing me what you would normally buy in order to buy a pack of M&Ms or a stick of gum or some fast food. I think that's chipping. What's interesting is Anonymous Chatter, he chips so much that he ends up oiling. So Anonymous, love you, buddy. Hope I haven't lost you totally. But Anonymous donates like $5, $10, $5, $10, $5, $10, $5, $10. But over the course of a stream, he does it so hardcore that he ends up donating between $50 and $100 over the course of one stream. And therefore, despite it looking like chipping, it ends up being oil. I think for oilers, they drop everything at once. So for instance, like Exponential Entropy, I don't know if I did something that upset him. I haven't seen him in a few weeks, but he on Tuesdays, he would just drop $100, you know, for like weeks at a time. It was literally for like 2 months. He would just drop $100 on Tuesdays. That's oil, you know, because he just fucking hits me. He just hits me with $100 all at once. Right? Toss a coin to your Connor. I thought he was wholesome. You know what? Once again, I think Vosh is a sexual freak and degenerate. And the Fortress arc is incredibly disappointing to me personally. But he had, at the time, when he entered the Fortress arc, he had somebody passionately sing toss a coin to your streamer. And it was good. That was like a good dono sound. I thought that was great. Diluted Mel says, adding the 7% to the Connor Does More debates bar. And that's what I'm talking about, Diluted Mel. So what I was going to say is, let's say you're a chipper. Horse God says for slop. Let's just create AI images of Aryan AOC. Absolutely. There we go. Oh, that's funny. That is funny. That is funny. And he has a high IQ is what I'm hearing? Yeah, he does. Oh my God, that was funny. Okay, so what you've done though, Miss Diluted Mel, is you have, because a chip is like $5, right? You have just oiled towards a certain goal. All right. So let's say that Arthur started chipping $5 and he said, you know, you need to do this kind of content. And then let's say that Diluted Mel oils and she gives, you know, basically, let's say a chip is $5. Okay. So she's given me 5 chips towards debate. Then let's say that Patriarch likes current events and news analysis, and he does like 20 gifted, which is the equivalent of $60. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then one time he gave 20 gifted memberships. So that's the equivalent of like, yeah, it's like $5 per membership, I think. So 20 gifted is 20 times 5. Oh, that's like $100. But on my channel, I think my memberships are $3. So it's $60. So one day he gifted twice, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And then let's say Grassroots Hegemon just gives me endless amounts of cash because I do like slop. So Grassroots Hegemon, sometimes Grassroots, he'll do like $100 in a day. Sometimes he'll do like $200 in a day. You know what I'm saying? So let's just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he enjoys my drama and he doesn't give me shit about doing slop content. And the slop content gets a bunch of chippers to chip. Right? So the truth is that while I try to be as principled as I can be, I respond to market forces. Okay? So I respond to, let's just put a bunch of chips, less chips than drama slop, but more chips than fucking... What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to demonstrate to you the perverse incentives. But I'm also trying to tell you that I am subject to the perverse incentives. Doobie says, you should try to get him out of the Fortress arc. I check in once and twice a year, but he always says he's staying in his shell. I did the same thing. Literally, Doobie, I DM'd him maybe like 3 or 4 months ago. And I said, hey, man, you know, like, I miss the content. I miss the debates. I miss the highfalutin conversations. Would you be interested in having a highfalutin conversation about this topic that could be contentious, but I promise not to like dunk or do anything below the belt? And he said, nah, I'm good. Which makes me sad. It makes me sad. You know, like I don't like that Vosh jerked off to teenage Japanese girls having sex with horses in a cartoon, but I think he's funny. I think he's smart. So I wish he would leave the Fortress arc, obviously. But my point is, Voss is just happy to make enough to sit on his ass. Well, I think he's sitting on his ass quite comfortably, to be honest. I still think that guy is making easily 6 figures. Maybe even like 200K. Like, I check in on his VODs, and his VODs are always getting, like, I think he has like 200,000, 500,000, something like that. He's always getting between like 50,000 and 250,000 views. He's not, I don't think he's going anywhere. It's just sad. We never talk about him, and we never think about him because he doesn't fight anybody. So, yeah. Vosh got boring in the last few years. I agree. It sucks. We need to love and cherish Japanese culture. Not that much. We don't need to love and cherish Japanese culture that much. But let's just say that let's just say hypothetically, this is what I'm looking at from like a business content creator's perspective. And let's just say that these numbers were accurate. And by the way, I don't think these numbers are accurate based off of a stream, but I think that they're accurate based off of a, like a proportion. From me as the streamer watching money come in, this is like what I see. Okay. So let's just add this up hypothetically real quick. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 25, but this should be 50. And then this is times 2. Grassroots hegemon will basically give me like, oh, not that. I wanted to do Control C. Grassroots gives $100 and he lets me do Drama Slop. And then not only do I get to do Drama Slop, but then I have a bunch of chippers who are into Drama Slop, okay? So 100, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 45, 50, 55, 60. So let's say that I do a Drama Slop segment and I make $160 from it, okay? Now let's say that we do a debate and we have like one oiler, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's $25. That's not really accurate. Let's do another one. Because people do oil-ish during debates as well. I actually think debates is probably my second most profitable style of segment. And let's just pretend that Grassroots also donates during drama segments. So we start making like $100. So let's just say that those is representative of 100. And then we add this up. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. So I make 135 during a debate stream. And then let's say that I listen to Patriarch because Patriarch has been a blessed member of my community, a kind soul who oils and who seems to be obsessed with geopolitics, and he seems to be okay with me as a vehicle to consume geopolitical content. So let's say that I make 115 off of a Geopol segment. Just because, and by the way, I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's fair that Patriarch is the primary oiler for Geopol, right? So that to me is like, it's unfair to put that burden rawly on Patriarch's shoulders, but it is rawly on Patriarch's shoulders. Jamie Harris says, but you already heard her by putting this out when you said she was suicidal. She is suicidal. What do you want? You want the truth? Or do you want something that's going to make you feel better? I'm telling you that a guy that I considered my friend was sexually engaged with a woman who is so clearly mentally unbalanced that I could tell that she was mentally unbalanced within 5 minutes of talking to her, and that she vacillates between obsessive love for Steven and suicidality. And after dealing with mentally ill women so casually for years and losing $800,000 to a lawsuit and having insane women actively try to ruin his life repeatedly, that I am disappointed that Steven has not changed. And they have sent each other messages within the past month. So I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm just telling you, I'm not going to be a part of it. In November, I read that message earlier. I sent that almost verbatim. All of my arguments that I made on Saturday night, I made to Steven in private in November. That was my shot across the bow saying, hey man, You're kind of fucking around in such a way that it makes it difficult to be your friend. And I don't know if I can be your friend. Like I want to be your friend. I am your friend in many regards, but I am telling you that I want you to kind of get your shit together. Right? And he was like, yeah, cool. Okay, sounds good. And then I find out on Friday, after I'm already beefing with him over the doobie band thing and evidencing his docs, that he's still talking to the girl that vacillates between obsessive love and suicidality. Not only am I angry, I'm ready to fucking torch it. So sorry, if that ruins your perspective of Steven, or if it ruins your perspective of me, that I would be willing to publicly criticize him for engaging in that behavior, I don't give a shit. The truth is the truth. Jay Shep says, audience captured, laughed my ass off. Good luck when the doob steps run dry. Was fun while it lasted. Unsubbing from both and canceling memberships on your main. Okay, Jay Schlep. I haven't seen you in months. So like, that's another thing. So Bakar Baridi, Jay Schlep, and there was one other person that was like, I recognized their name, but I hadn't seen them for months. And they're like, I thought I knew you better than this. You're so disappointing. I'm unsubbing. Okay. You haven't given me money in months. You haven't been active in the Discord community. You haven't been active in chat. You're not a part of my community. You are a DGGer who liked maybe some of my content. Then you came over once or twice, and then you dipped out. Why would I give a shit about your opinion? It's like so cringe. Like to have people try to leverage over you when they don't have social leverage and they don't have money leverage. It's lame. Leave. Like you didn't even need to announce your departure. You could have just dipped out. Oh, excuse me. This is not a good look. I don't care. Abaddon. What about Aspiring Devil? Okay. So Aspiring Devil was somebody who did hang out in chat. They hung out in chat for a while. I remember Aspiring Devil hanging out in chat for a while. They've been gone for 3 months, 6 months. Haven't seen them. Now they're on my ass on Twitter, basically saying that by calling food shops a pedophile, I am sweeping for doobie. My opinion of your opinion plummeted the second the fact that you think that like me calling out somebody's poor behavior automatically covers for somebody else's bad behavior. That means that even if you've listened to my content, you have never absorbed it. So anyways, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So let's say I make $25 off of this. So what happens? What happens is, of course, I am pressured by the market because this is my job. What Connor has been saying, food shops is a pedo more than a year. Yeah, but I was kind of quieter about it. Like if she added me, or if she quote tweeted me, or if she made content about me, I didn't go out of my way to just say, you're a pedophile, shut up. You know, I didn't do that. I just let her do her thing because she was Destiny's strongest soldier. And I didn't want to add to the dog pile she's already enduring constantly. But if you're Destiny's loyalist soldier and you go out of your way to shit on me and you're a lolicon and you're trying to make beef between us, you better goddamn believe I'm going to call you a pedophile to your face. You literally cannot sue me for defamation. You jerk off to kids. You're a fucking pedophile. And Steven should not have endorsed a pedophile to be his fucking favorite warrior. That should be an alarm bell. Like, seriously, if you're, this is what drives me crazy about Steven, because I do think he's a sociopath. Sociopaths, non-sociopaths, can look at the damage that they're causing other people, and then they can empathize or sympathize with the people that they're hurting, they can realize that they're hurting people, and then they can back off of that like antisocial behavior. That's how like a normal person with empathy processes shit. Now, you can still be a virtuous and noble sociopath, but oftentimes what happens with sociopaths is they realize that good behavior, pro-social behavior, engaging with people in good faith and being kind rewards them. So they're not good because they experience the empathetic pain of hurting another living being. They look at the reward mechanisms of the world, and then they just go, oh shit, being pro-social actually benefits me. And weirdly enough, Stephen has articulated that very belief in the past. He said, like, part of the reason why I stopped doing so many antisocial behaviors is because I realized that they were not benefiting me. So losing 99% of your friends, being left with, no offense, Dan Saltman and Mooten, but being left with two sycophants, having your main defender, public defender, being a lolicon pedophile, and then having 2 or 3 conservative friends who are all telling you that you're fucking up. When are you going to wake up? And like losing $800,000. If you lose $800,000 defending yourself in a lawsuit against your sexual impropriety, that should be a 5-alarm fire alarm. What if food shops would give up lolicon in favor of Warhammer 40k porn? As long as what she was jerking off to was adults, I would think that was a step in the right direction. She tried to gross me out with this statement of being like, well, what if I jerk off to you? Thinking that I was like homophobic or transphobic, and therefore I would be skeeved out by the concept of her jerking off to me. But I'm serious. Like, number one, I don't get skeeved out that easily. And then number two, I'm an adult. You're pretending to be a woman. If you're a heterosexual woman, you should be attracted to adult men. Now, she says she's a lesbian, so she should be attracted to adult women. You know what I'm saying? Crazy. Crazy that I even have to say those sentences. But it is what it is. So anyways, my point is that the whole reason why I'm bringing up this dynamic is because I get frustrated with some of the people. Like Arthur, I'm just going to tell you that you frustrate me. Because I think you're incredibly well-intended, and you are probably even passingly aware of the dynamics that I'm talking about, but you asked me to do something that is not in my self-interest, and I am not rich enough to not treat this like a job, right? I don't have 1,500 live. I have 50 to 150 live. So I have to go where the money is. So if I make $160 in a drama segment and my viewership is substantially higher, and if I make $135 in a debate segment and my viewership is about right, and if I make lower money in Geopol and Militaria, but I lose viewership, I'm underneath the viewership that I want. That's clearly like another thing about this. And then if the noble content, the ideal content of watching the world's smartest people wax philosophic about the world gets no viewership and no money, and you're telling me like, oh, well, the world should be a better place, so you should wax philosophical about the world, and you should watch people who are waxing philosophical about the world, give me money. Okay? Because I will respond to market incentives. Let's say that Arthur plays the lottery and he wins $1 million, and so he gives me a fucking $100 per highfalutin segment. I respond to market incentives. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Then, of course, I would, you just made the low viewership segment almost as lucrative as a debate segment. But if you fucking hound me in order to be like a more moral creator, but the viewership and the money is not there, I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself. It's really that simple. So, let me read a few chats before I draw one more thing. Spider-Man says, Connor, I know I don't show up almost ever and never pay you anything, but I have some thoughts about the direction you're going in and expect you to listen to me now. Thank you. Exactly, dude. And there's so many gray names. There's so many Destiny fucking dick suckers right now who jump in and like, this is a bad luck. This is a bad luck. And it's like, you're not even a member of my community. You don't watch my content. You don't pay me. Why would I listen to you? What was the other thing? When I was getting recruited, there is something very harsh that my recruiter told me that I think is very cynical and cruel, but true. It's true in the fact that you should prioritize whose criticisms you listen to. I think if you can tell that somebody is well-intended and they love you and they want what's best for you, regardless of whether or not they meet this standard, I think that, you should maybe listen to them. But what he said is, if you don't feed me, finance me, or fuck me, then why the fuck would I listen to you? Right? If you don't feed me, you don't cook me food. You don't fucking cook me food. You don't live with me. You don't finance me. You don't give me money. And you don't fuck me. We're not in a relationship. Why should I give a shit about your opinion? And so that's where, as much as it might be like a very cynical read on life, I do think that it is accurate. Okay? Hold on. Grassroots says, I'd happily give $200 to talk macro econ and policy with Connor and kicking my feet happily under my chair while you all submit yourselves to the void. There you go. And guess what? Grassroots, we don't have sex, but he finances me. And he puts food on my table. So, if Grassroots is a good guy who helps me put food on my table and he finances me, of course I'm going to listen to Grassroots. If you're a fucking gray name, or like Abaddon Spurging in the fucking chat, if you gave me $20 2 months ago and you think that that buys my loyalty, you're fucking crazy, obviously. So anyways, Philip Coffee, thank you for the oil. $50. I'll listen to Philip Coffee. Guess what? Philip Coffee is the only based polycule haver I know. You know why? Because even though I criticize sexual promiscuity and non-traditional sexual structures, he doesn't freak the fuck out on me, and he has normal conversations with me. He watches the content, and he chips, and he oils. So of course, I'm going to tolerate and like people like that. Philip with the 50 says, it seems like a big mess, and it sucks to have everything spectating. It sounds like you tried the best you could to be a good friend and stay true to yourself. Much love, and I toss my money towards you. Keep doing you. Thank you, Philip Coffee. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming through the storm with me. So, Abaddon says, hey, asshole. I've donated to you and said it's a bad look because this isn't you, Connor. Yes, it is. Feel free to joke about it, though. I will. We can't be honest and tell them what we think. Yeah, you can. This is so morally superior. If people don't pay, they don't matter. Cool. Yeah, relatively speaking. You're fucking lame, bro. Good luck keeping this shit going. Okay. Sounds good. Fuck off. You don't have to be a part of the community. So anyways, the reason why I've demonstrated all of this, obviously, is because this is true regardless of whether you want it to be true or not. It's true. Okay? So, if you are a current events geopol lover, then you need to put your money where your mouth is. Mr. Gene says you took 2 days of crash outs to end up saying I go where the money goes. No. Speculative and prescriptive analysis of the world. As an online political content creator, should I not engage with that content on time to time? As a online political creator, regardless of political ideology, should I not engage with current events and news analysis? If I'm a political and content creator, should I not engage with debates between characters over events and ideas? If I'm a political content creator and I know where the money is, should I not cover low-stakes slop fights, implosions of digital media careers, sex drama, and friendships? It's literally like, I've made no prescription about what takes to have on these styles of content. We're literally talking about styles of content. So you being like, you go where the money goes? Yeah, it's my job. I'm sorry. Did you expect me to not get paid? Did you expect me to watch Peter Thiel and Ross Douthat wax philosophical about the planet endlessly to 30 viewers for $10? What the fuck are you talking about? Like what? How is that even an argument? It's literally one of the dumbest fucking arguments I've ever heard. I liked you fighting back on the DGG cult. They all have salmonella from eating with their curry-covered hands. Okay, well, the reason why that got banned is because that's anti-Indian and very fucking rude. So I disavow, Red. Jesus. Can you chill it with the anti-Indian remarks? Jesus. These people act like Destiny is their girlfriend. Lol. True. I still want to convo with Connor and Ayala for the lulz. Yes, that would be truly repulsive and excellent content. So, who's talking about the Destiny blowjob? Not me. Spider-Man says, I mean, yeah, it's a job at the end of the day. The entitlement some people are showing is silly. I mean, he reads comments that aren't super chats from gray names. He'll listen to stuff about it. That's what I try to do, man. No offense, guys, but I feel like I bring you a decent bang to the buck in reference to chat engagement. Nicholas Diorio, I watch his fucking streams. No offense to Nick. You know, I'm happy that he's a wildly successful content creator. He's got 3,000 to 4,000 live. He doesn't read chat. Doesn't he read super chats at the end of stream? And he gets so many super chats, I don't even know how he gets through all the super chats. If he was reading just super chats, I feel like he would be there for hours. So, anyways. Yeah, we love buttered chicken and non-bread in this chat. Absolutely. Thank you. Oh, okay. So let me, I need to let the dog out real quick, but I'll literally be back in 10 seconds, not forever. But now that we know this, I want to like show you the ecosystem. Okay? So, what I wanted to do, excuse me, is for $10, Doobie says, learning to say fuck you, pay me is one of the most freeing moments in a person's life. I'm going to play a clip for you. I'm going to play a clip for you from The Gambler. And once again, I think that cynicism is not great, and you shouldn't be as cynical as we're being. And by the way, isn't Hutch one of the wholesome creators? Isn't he one of the nice guys? Doesn't he hate drama slop? And yet look what he's covering. Fucking drama slop. How many views did that get in 24 hours? 11. If I ever quit being a drug addict, I'll become a pay pig. That's where I'll focus all my energy. Thank you, Dr. Zayas. I appreciate you. Okay. Hold on. What did I want to show you? The Gambler. John Goodman speech. Fuck you. All right. This speech, I am not this cynical. I try to have virtues and principles as I can afford to have them. Actually having virtues and principles, in my opinion, while you can have virtues and principles, sometimes they come at the cost of your survival. And so you have to be willing to die for your principles, basically. When you're talking about survival for most human beings, survival is going to be their priority, obviously, on a subconscious level. So let's watch this rant.
You drink? I don't remember if you drink. Of course, there's drink and drink. I drink, but I haven't been drunk since Reagan was president. I got a DUI, and in jail, I actually fell down and pissed my pants. You don't need to do that twice. I tell you this so you'll know everybody's been there.
Everybody's been there.
Once. If you're there twice, having been there once, I can't help you. You know, I listen to the drunks, and it's like you're listening to a fairy story about a fight with a fucking monster, when the actual title of the story is I Can't Handle My Liquor by Mr. Crybaby.
Amen.
I don't know, maybe they got a problem, but fuck them if they do, because I don't. Which leads me to ask, are you pulling this shit just now or forever? I mean, do you have a problem, wah, 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 like some little fucking girl, wah, 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 or some Somali who can't process that there's no food where they live? Or are you just fucked up temporarily because you're temporarily fucking stupid?
Are you long business or short business?
What's the difference?
I need to know if you got the fucking brains to walk when it's time to walk. People don't, you know. Ball players that can't play anymore. Assholes trying to maintain a standard of living not possible anymore. A lot of those around. I've seen you be $500,000 up.
I've been up $2.5 million.
What do you got on you?
Nothing.
What'd you put away?
Nothing.
You get up $2.5 million. Any asshole in the world knows what to do. You get a house with a 25-year roof, an indestructible Jap economy shitbox. You put the rest into the system at 3 to 5% to pay your taxes, and that's your base. Get me? That's your fortress of fucking solitude. That puts you for the rest of your life at a level of fuck you. Somebody wants you to do something? Fuck you. Boss pisses you off? Fuck you. Own your house. Have a couple bucks in the bank. Don't drink. That's all I have to say to anybody at any social level. Did your grandfather take risks?
Yes.
I guarantee he did it from a position of fuck you. A wise man's life is based around fuck you. The United States of America is based on fuck you. You're a king? You have an army? Greatest navy in the history of the world? Fuck you, blow me. We'll fuck it up ourselves. Which we have done. Beautiful fuck you position, lost forever. King George III looks like a fucking birthday present. This is the grandson of the 17th richest man in California.
Does he drink?
What he wants is money, because he doesn't know when to say, that's it, I'm $2 million ahead, fuck it, fuck you. I have a car and a house and a family, and it's all paid for, fuck you.
I mean, even I did that. Wants to stop by Peter Blossom.
I'll have a beer just like anybody else, thank you.
What kind?
Any kind.
I got 37 beers. Don't fucking put it on me.
But he did put it on you, miss.
Anyways, that's a wildly cynical, but I think important speech. Okay. And yes, patreon.com/counterpoints. You can literally just fucking Google counterpoints. It's a blue and gold logo. I do have Patreon. So if somebody wanted to support me on Patreon, you can go to patreon.com/counterpoints. It's there. Okay. But the whole reason of that speech, which is cynical, by the way, is I'm not in a position of fuck you. Okay. I'm not. I have to listen to my community. And I want to do so from a principled basis, not just from a financial basis. But I want to get to fuck you. Right? Because I say fuck you when I think it's appropriate. Okay? So when Destiny came fucking down from on high and said, ban 2 community members or else we're not going to be friends anymore, I said, fuck you. You know why? Because I don't need him. He doesn't have leverage over me. He doesn't know any of my personal secrets. I don't even have any fucking secrets. You know why? Because I told the world that I was divorced. I told you guys that I was thinking about a slutty phase. I told you guys that I had a steady girlfriend. So when he tried to pull that shit and he said, oh, you know, you told me in person that you were thinking about going through a slutty phase. He couldn't hurt me because that was the truth. And I'd already told you the truth. What if I had never told you guys that I was even divorced? What if I had, through lies of omission, what if I had pretended to still be married? Do you know how fucked I would have been in that conversation if he was able to use the fact that I was divorced against me in order to say, oh, you're criticizing my personal life, but you haven't even told your audience that you're divorced. He could have fucked me. But you know why? Because I don't have fucking secrets. I tell you the truth. And if the truth hurts, it is what it is. So what I'm looking for within this dynamic of financial incentive, I'm looking for where I should be. Okay? Where I should be content creating wise. And the truth is that debate reviews, probably based off of an analysis of the facts, since a lot of my Oilers don't like slop or they're ambivalent about slop, I probably should still reduce my slop intake because the debates is a nice balance of community growth and financial reward. So realistically, I should probably emphasize debates over slop, right? Then, with current events, news and analysis, and speculative and prescriptive conversations about the world, what I would encourage my Oilers and my Chippers to do is that at the end of your super chat whatever you want. Hey, Connor, you're a clown, eat a dick, fuck you, right? You can say whatever you want. I'm going to pin the Patreon right now in case anybody wants to support me on Patreon instead of traditionally. I don't post anything there, just being real. Okay, I don't post anything to Patreon. But if you're an Oiler or a Chipper, then just put at the end, you know, deep, let's call speculative and prescriptive analysis of the world deep. Let's say current events and news and analysis, let's call that geopoll. Let's call debates. Let's put slop as slop, and let's put secular church as secular church. Okay? And if you want to put at the end of your super chats the style of content you want to see more out of the channel, then of course I'm going to evaluate the people who feed me and finance me. So, if you're a Chipper and you're frustrated that we're doing too much slop, tell me via super chat. If you're a geopoll guy, you're frustrated by the slop, tell me. If you're somebody who tolerates slop, like Grassroots Hegemon, but you like debates more, or you like geopoll more, tell me at the end of your donations. And I will evaluate the course of the channel based off of the feedback that I receive from the people who support me. So, it's that simple. So I'm going to draw like one more thing that I want to go over conceptually from like a pipeline perspective. I stream Monday through Friday, 5 days a week. So I do basically 10 segments a week. Let me try to divide this up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So, what's going to happen is we're going to have geopoll or a current event and news analysis or military analysis. We're going to do that on Tuesday afternoons, and we're going to do that on Thursday afternoons. All right? So those two slots are filled. Then, the rest of the time, since debates are a combination of lucrative and good for growth, debates and slop. These are the ones that pay the fucking bills. So guess what? If there's a good debate, I'll watch the debate. If there is slop that's popping off, I'm covering slop. And what we're going to do on top of that, hold on, almost done. On top of that, I need to do Rhino. So I would have created the Rhino channel this week, and I would have posted my first episode. But I got a little distracted with the Destiny Bridge burn. So, sorry for the dead air while I'm typing. But the truth is that I want to use the stream in order to shoot a daily Rhino segment, which is effectively going to be a extemporaneous rant. God, I'm getting a headache. It's going to be an extemporaneous rant about a current event from a never Trump Republican / conservatarian perspective. But that's not going to take a lot of time, because I'm effectively going to try to read a news article or something. I'm going to try to have a current event that I want to talk about, and I'm going to try to outline it either as I'm warming up with stream or before I get to stream, and then I'll do the extemporaneous rant. So hold on. Is that well, QC John? It might be. Let me take a look. Yeah, it's Weld. For more debate reviews and old Connor Twitch poll lore streams introducing the new coggers to old brain rotting, chair throwing good times, that would be fun. True. So maybe that's if the Oilers and Chippers tell me it doesn't, obviously current debates and current slop is going to have algorithmic priority. But if the Oilers and community members think that debate is the best content that we do, debate reviews are the best content that we do, then you can tell me. And as a result, especially from people who finance me, we could do retrospectives. Retrospectives probably would not have as much live stream algorithmic power, but it would be excellent VOD content. So I'm taking a rest day today. I was supposed to do back and biceps yesterday. Unfortunately, the Y was closed. I did a phenomenal shoulders and forearms on Friday. It was so good. It was such a good workout. I really did push myself, and it was fun. Kalinda is going to be on Marketplace of Ideas tonight to debate Pisco on court expansion. Okay. I mean, that's great content. That's great content for tomorrow, right? I like Kalinda. I like Pisco. They both know how to debate. They both know how to throw fucking elbows. But that's great content for tomorrow, right? So I could do Pisco versus Kalinda tomorrow in the morning. I could do a Geopol segment in the afternoon. And then Rhino and... the second segment for Fridays are always going to be Valor Reacts. So I should probably erase this. That's always going to be Valor Reacts whenever Dan Pace is around. Until Dan literally doesn't want to do the show anymore, which he seems to love doing the show, Friday afternoons are always Valor Reacts. Dedicate all of Friday for war movie reaction content with Dan, and we could possibly finish one film every quarter. Well, the problem with Dan is he has a big boy job. So he's literally coming to do Valor Reacts during his lunch break. That's why he can only stay for an hour. Connor hates his own debates. Not as much as I thought I would. I cringe a little bit hearing myself argue because I'm waiting for myself to say something cringe. But then oftentimes, even with old debates, I'll hear myself argue and I'll be like, I could have articulated that a little bit better, but I actually agree with all of this. You know? So make sure you are booking Marketplace too. It's a good format and it's likely to go viral at some point. Sure, but then like that's, you know, like the speakeasies or whatever, or the Marketplace of Ideas, or talking to random people. We'll do that 2 to 3 times a week. So I would say like random debates / convos. But I would put that under the debate category. I feel like they perform similarly to debate retrospectives because they're a similar kind of content, or debate breakdowns. I feel like random debates or convos in which I'm a participant and not a reviewer, I feel like the audience overlap for that is very similar to the debate people. So, anyways. But here's my point, though. I think that Patriarch, North, and Arthur were worried that I was going to become a slop tuber. That because I said, Arthur, stop bitching about slop, we have 1,000 live right now and a shitload of cash, that I was trying to communicate to my fans that I was going to become a commentary YouTuber or I was going to become a slop tuber. And that's not true. The Destiny drama fallout is probably going to slowly burn out over the course of this week. So yes, I will have to address it as people challenge us, but it will not be the focus of content. Like I said, I am not interested in hurting Steven. I want him to do well. I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart, I do not hate him. I don't hate him at all. I'm actually just really fucking sad. Sorry. I don't, just reemphasizing that. I don't hate Steven. I want him to do well. But I needed to say what I said, and I said it. So. All right. So what problems do you guys have? Okay. I hope that I have explained my financial position. I'll open up that picture real quick, just in case anybody wasn't here earlier. But like I said, on a slow month, I am breaking even or close to breaking even. On a good month, I am substantially ahead of where I need to be. Doobie is a very minor factor in this calculation. If you look at the total amount of money that I need for my budget and the total amount of money I make, Doobie is he's not infinitesimally small. He's substantial, but he's a small part of this calculation. And so to the DGGers who are insisting that I only argued with Steven and only passionately said what I said because Doobie bought me, you're an idiot. That's so dumb. That is so silly. Also, if I financially maximize my position by going back to the VA and getting them to award me my inability to turn my neck, which has been a thing since 2007, and I also max out all my other shit, then maybe I could get 100% from the VA, at which point all of this is gravy, right? If I'm making $4,000 a month, I could fucking fart into the wind and pay my rent, right? So if that was true, then we are free to do whatever we want. But until that time, because that OnlyFans, yeah, maybe. Until that time, I am going to respond to these market pressures. I love Patriarch as an Oiler. I want to retain him as an Oiler. And so to Arthur and Patriarch, I'm going to apologize to you directly. I am sorry that the past week has been drama. I am sorry that drama has distracted from the more substantive content that we do. But my peace offering in my attempt to retain you as viewers is giving you Tuesday and Thursday afternoons to substantially engage with topics of supreme interest to you. Okay? Grassroots, despite me using Brittany as a weapon against Steven, I am hoping you can forgive me. Grassroots. And then for Christian Valeris, I hope that by starting up the Rhino and hopefully that doing well, that by you seeing the incentives that I respond to, even if you don't like my debate review and slop content as much as it could be, I hope you at least understand why I'm doing what I'm doing. So we will not be a commentary channel. We will not be a purely slop channel. We will not be a Destiny snarking channel. This is the future, the present and the future of the community. And I hope that's enough for you. Skeptical for 5 says, hey, I can't spare too much this economy, but I truly appreciate your content and commentary. Please continue being aggressively normal, girl Shallah. Thank you, Skeptical. I appreciate you. I'm actually getting a huge headache. I'm not going to lie. It's probably from the stress. Also, my neck has been like releasing some vertebrae, and so it has been very painful recently. So I'm going to read your guys. I'll engage with chat for a minute. It's 1:35. I'll probably be here until 2, but I'm going to thank all the people who donated, and I'm going to read any feedback that you guys have in chat. So, real quick. Sorry, full screen. Skeptical, thank you for the 5. Horse God, thank you for the 5. Well, QC John, thank you for the 20. Doobie, thank you for the 10. Philip Coffee, thank you for the 50. Regular Dude, thank you for the 20. Fashion 40, thank you for the 5. Doobie with the 10. Horse God with the 2. Diluted Mel with the 50. Thank you. I appreciate you, Diluted Mel. I'm sorry if I made $50 sound like not that much. I was just trying to point out that I can't completely reorient my channel off of $50. But thank you. I do mean that a lot. Real Serious, thank you for the 100 Argentinian. Fashion 40 with the 5. Rifleman with the 20. Gray Pilled with the 10. Fashion 40 with the 5. Real Serious with the 100 Argentinian. Grassroots with the 10. TB Joestar with the 3. Airborne Kite with the 5. Doobie with the 10. Real Serious with the 100 Argentinian. Tribe with the membership renewal. Doobie with the 10. Grip Pilled with the 5 gifted. Tribe with the 5 gifted. Grassroots with the 5 gifted. Vazraka with the gifted. Grassroots with the 20. Good to see you again, King. Seriously. It's not just as an Oiler, but also as a human being who cares about your well-being. It is good to see you. Doobie with the 10. Doobie with the 10. Well, QC John with the 100. Thank you, man. I do appreciate that a lot. Mr. Middleman with the 2. Charlie November with the gifted. Real Serious with the 100 Argentinian. Grassroots with the 10. Mr. Middleman with the 5. Gelatinous Rube with the 5. Airborne Kite with the 5. Deus Halcyon with the 2. Fashion 40 with the 5. Thank you, kings and queens. I appreciate you and your financial support. Val says, did you take a look at the VA stuff I linked you? Sure didn't. Takes balls to show where money is coming from. Wish more would do this. Yep. Shouldn't pressure, more like incentives. True. Who is Brit, though? Don't worry about it. She's a random chick on Discord. A random chick on Discord named BRIT. Brit. That's all you need to fucking know. Leave her alone. Understand and based. Okay, I got my Memorial Day party to get to. Have a good day. Connor and chat. See you next time. Thank you, Christian Valeris. I know we've beefed over content in the past. I appreciate your understanding. Anyways, white mode will cause headaches. True. I've screamed in the pillow a few times across the combo, but that's okay. I shall deal with it and occasionally catch a stray cruise missile, I guess. Okay. Well, dude, you could literally just tune in on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Just come around noon to 12:30 on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and you'll probably really enjoy the content. you will probably not enjoy the content the rest of the time. And it is what it is. I am subject to the market forces that I am reliant on in order to pay my bills. Connor, as someone who has been here since 2020, I applaud and salute you and looking forward to what the future of the channel brings as you can forge your own path. Thank you. Can I be unbanned from Discord? I posted a GIF comparing you to Neo, please. Yeah, DM me on Discord again, and I'll hit Valorfax to unban you. So, you can DM me, right? Wicked Radiation? Sorry. Sorry for yawning in your ears. It's just been a long, stressful weekend. One thing that this drama has shown me is that DGG chatters aren't any better than other viewers and communities. I'm kind of embarrassed seeing how they behave. It does suck. It felt like, I don't know how you guys feel, but when I became aware of Destiny in 2019 and 2020, because he was so often doing the debate content and talking about like logical fallacies and talking about argumentation style, rhetoric, and research and debate prep, it seemed like there was a lot of people who were very intelligent in his community, including gray names and orbiters and chatters and all that kind of stuff. And they were actually good, not just at regurgitating whatever Destiny said, they were actually good at like tracking arguments. And I wish that was still true. I wish that was still true. But it seems like, particularly with this drama, because I think a lot of the people who remain in DGG, no offense to current DGG members who are actually cool, I think that there are a lot of sorry, I got distracted by the oil. There are just a lot of people who will regurgitate what Steven says, but they won't think about the underlying words and what the argument actually represents. And I feel like that is frustrating as somebody who actually admired their community. So, Grosher20 says, let's foot back for the sick and struggling addict, right foot forward for all that, crack, smack, and cognac that we no longer do, and heads up because they've been down long enough. Left foot back for the sick and struggling addict, right foot forward for all that, crack, smack, and cognac that we no longer do, and heads up because they've been down for so long. Thank you, buddy. Diminished Darknut for $50 says, I love you. Well, Diminished Darknut, since you're kind of like an oiler who loves me parasocially, what's your favorite style of content? Because if you truly just think that I'm handsome and you enjoy me talking, that's fine. I'll be a little, you know, kind of like, I'll keep saying like, please don't murder me or harvest my vital organs or my skin. But that's okay. I'm okay with having somebody who has a crush on me on the internet. But is there a content style that you prefer? Debate reviews, drama slop, current events, or geopolitics? What is your favorite style of content? Just so I know, because you have given a substantial amount of money to the channel. Some of us believed in the principles. Good. Shirtless streams if I donate enough? Probably not. I need to get more in shape for that. I was thinking about doing a safe for work OnlyFans. Like, I would just post like post-gym, half-naked fucking swole pics. So, you know. But I don't really want people jerking off to it. You know what I'm saying? But like, I want people to be like, oh yeah, you know, Connor's handsome or whatever. I'm going to jokingly subscribe to his OnlyFans and, you know, pay him $5 or $10 a month. And I'm going to use, you know, if I'm gay, I'm just going to think he's handsome. And if I'm straight, then I'm just going to use it as a sarcastic thing. And I'm going to, you know, I'm just going to use it to encourage me to work out or whatever. Like that's what I would want. But I think that OnlyFans necessarily kind of involves like somebody jerking off to you, and that does feel weird. Has Connor ever done Dungeons and Dragons? No, but all my friends that I tell about Warhammer who are similar nerds, they are all Dungeons and Dragons people. They all say that I need to shut the fuck up and get into Dungeons and Dragons. Doobie for 10 says, I think a lot of chatters viewers follow the vibe and signaling during the debates more than the actual conversation itself. Then they know the basic structure of the arguments, but not the inner workings. I agree with you. I think 70% of people in Twitch and YouTube politics operate that way, and it's very frustrating. Just pics of various actual fans. True, true. And yard work. So what I would do is I would work out at my local gym. I would get my pump and my sweat. I would sweat on. I would take a post-workout picture to encourage the straight people to work out and encourage the gays probably to work out. And then I would take pictures after yard work because, you know, that's sweaty, laborious behavior. You get dirty and you get sweaty, which I know some people would be into. And then, what was the other thing that somebody said? Oh, pictures of actual fans. Like any fan that I saw, you know? Any like box fan that I saw, any like ceiling fan that I saw in the wild, I would actually just walk around like taking pictures of fans and posting it because I think that's a good meme. It's a wholesome meme. Sorry for being annoying, just don't want to miss out on the content. I appreciate you. I don't have any mutuals in my Discord. My username is wickedless on the ban list. Okay. Valorfax, can you handle that? Can you look at the ban list and check out wickedless? And unban him, please. Yeah, Molly was just saying in the Discord that we need more Alex O'Connor Christian apologia debates. I think Alex O'Connor's a smart guy. So I actually, I wouldn't mind doing religious debates either. You should look into Only War or Rogue Trader. Okay, cool. 80s, like you're saying like a tabletop RPG. Yeah. Diminish says, I haven't subbed to any OnlyFans account. I'd like to be the first one. Okay, I appreciate that. But Diminish, did you say I like Spartans? They're hot. Yeah, I don't think you told me if you like the debate content, the geopolitics, or the drama slop. So I guess I'll just assume that you're into all of it. To be fair, when a person with the Christian values argues what is bad or immoral to an atheist, things are going to get lost in the sauce because they're not going to agree 100% on what is bad. Of course. But I think what's interesting about atheist Christian debates is because we're effectively talking about somebody who's inferring moral authority from the creator of the universe. And then we're talking about somebody who's inferring moral authority oftentimes through consequences and the evaluation of like virtue and vice. And so I think that does get interesting because sometimes like the evaluation of consequences and virtue and vice doesn't line up with the inferred values of Christianity. But then I do think Christianity has some general prescriptions that are really fucking good that should be they should be reinforced within the society. Oh, there you go. Diminished Darkness says, I like your politics. I'm a Second Amendment lib. Okay, nice. Nice. More liberal gun tent. So what's funny is I haven't edited it yet. I need to go travel to check out or to visit my friend who's still a sheriff. I shot content on his property teaching Ruth how to shoot a gun. Ruth had never shot a gun before, and he was a DGGer, or is a DGGer. And so Ruth and I went out to a farm and we shot guns, and I went over like the basics of what you needed to know for firearms. And so I need to chop that up into a video for the pro Second Amendment liberals. I think you'll actually really love that content. So anyways, it's 1:45. Typically I wrap up around 2:30, but of course we're decompressing from the drama. I appreciate all my Oilers and Chippers. I appreciate the people who I understand there were a few people who left. I think like Mellow D left. I think a few other people might have left. They might have either not liked what I did in reference to the Destiny drama, or they didn't want to be in a dramatic space. I think the way that we get them back is we just keep making good content. So we execute that plan of 80% of it is going to be debate reviews. And I'll try to make 80% of the debate reviews. I'll try to make them 80% debates, 20% slop. But, 80% of the content is going to be debates and slop. And then I will make I don't think my ratios are correct. I think it was like 50%. 50% of the content is going to be drama and slop. But then I will try to make sure that we get 20% at minimum highfalutin conversations and or geopol and militaria. So there we go. All right. Anyways, I parasocially love you guys. I'm going to go lie down and take some fucking Advil and massage my neck. I am going to go to a IRL barbecue later in the day. I really hope that you guys do it as well. I understand that wherever you're at, you might be working or whatever, but I do hope that you get some hot, like literally go get some fucking Five Guys cheeseburgers on the way home. If you cannot barbecue yourself, get something that is like thematically American, in order to celebrate Memorial Day. For those of you who don't know, Memorial Day is a military holiday and it's for the fallen. So Veterans Day is for living veterans, people who survived armed conflict and are still around. Memorial Day is for the fallen. And so at minimum, you should be able to honor the Civil War soldiers who fought to emancipate black folk from the South. At minimum, you should be able to venerate the fallen who died in World War II in order to smash fascism. At minimum, well, and for me, you don't have to venerate all these people, but I'll venerate all the people who, have fallen overseas now, war on terror, Vietnam, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The reason why we honor them is because they chose, oftentimes on a voluntary basis, to sacrifice their lives in order to perpetuate our society. And so I think that you should think about that just a little bit. Connor, are you going to get your abs back? Absolutely not. I've never had a six-pack. I've never had a six-pack. Even when I was 190 pounds, I never had a six-pack. Weirdly enough, I had like a four-pack. I have some pictures of when I was 19. I had like a four-pack. And it wasn't the ab muscles themselves. I just got skinny enough that there was like a crack in my abs that like separated my abs into like 4 quadrants. That's the closest I ever had to like visible abs. So, honoring my dad's fallen Marine buddies. Yeah. All right. Anyways, I appreciate you guys. I parasocially love you. Thank you so much for watching. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We will try to hit the normal schedule tomorrow. I will do drama slop or debate review tomorrow morning. We will do some geopolitics and or militaria and or smart shit Tuesday afternoon. So hopefully we can retain Arthur and Patriarch as active COG community members. Then we'll try to also do a similar schedule on Thursday. And then Wednesday is probably just going to be debate reviews and slop. Also, I'm going to try to do Rhino segments in the morning. So anyways, appreciate you guys.